Good evening, everyone. Before I officially call the meeting tonight to order, I'd like to walk us through the agenda just quickly so we're all on the same page about what we have before us this evening. I know Kim is ready in the BevCam booth. Thank you, Kim, as always, to BevCam for making sure that folks who are following at home or following later on the live stream or on cable can keep track of what's going on and follow along even if they can't be here in person this evening, so we appreciate that. This evening, we do have two presentations to begin our agenda. One, we have the North Shore YMCA is here with us, and then we also have a presentation from our planning director, Ms. Darlene Nguyen. We may have to pause at some point during the second presentation, depending on how we're going on time, to start a 7:30 public hearing. We'll resume those presentations, however, when we can. We also have an 8 o'clock public hearing. Then we have some resident speakers who have signed up to speak. And then we also have some routine business to take care of. We'll take a break for some subcommittee work and then be back to finish it up after that. So with that, I'll officially call to order this regular meeting of the Beverly City Council, Monday, March 18th, 2024, 7 o'clock p.m. Ms. Kent, will you please call the roll?
Bowen. Here. Crowley. Here. Feldman. Here. Hausman. Here. Rotundo. Here. Spang. Here. St. Hilaire. Here. Sweeney. Here. And Flowers.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Kent. Councilor Sweeney, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? God. Thank you very much, Councilor Sweeney. Let's go right to our first presentation, and I know we have our Executive Director of the North Shore Y is here with us, Mr. Tim Flaherty, of course, former longtime City Councilor as well. Mr. Flaherty, nice to see you on the other side of the podium here. So I'll invite you, Mr. Flaherty, and your team to go ahead and take the floor and walk us through your presentation.
Okay, camp services for the Greater Beverly Y, and Rebecca Jackson is Director of Community Programs for the Greater Beverly Y, and of course I have Kaveh right there. She is our Associate Director and for the Greater Beverly Y. So I just want to give you a brief overview and kind of give you some time to ask some questions, but what I wanted to try to do is kind of give you an idea, some of you in the audience and some of the new counselors. The McPherson Youth Center has been around since 1975. It's for ages 11 to 18, mostly offering a drop-in program, but a variety of programs throughout the year. And some of the programs that we have gone throughout the year have varied, and a lot of things have changed since COVID, but I'll try to go through them and give you an idea of a little bit of the background that I've had, and then the background that some of the staff have had as well. So in 1995, the reason why the Y is involved is there was a deficit in the city of Beverly, about $8 million. And I remember marching a lot of the teens up through City Hall to try to say, hey, listen, save the youth center. They were going to cut the recreation department, going to cut the senior center. So we're very fortunate to be able to raise, we actually at the time had to raise $57,000, and we did that. But I looked at it and I was very proud of of being part of the time of forming a collaboration with the Y, because I knew, having gone through that, working for the city, that the city didn't have the support to keep this youth center open for the long term. So we got together with the Y, and it's been 30 years of working together with the Y in the city. So very proud of that, very unique concept that people have followed throughout the state. So very lucky to have that and have it operational, because I can guarantee you that this youth center probably wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that collaboration. So we're in 2024. So the makeup of the Y in the city appoints through the mayor appointees, and there's also Y appointees. So it's a joint effort. And I want to thank Todd Rotundo, Councilor Rotundo, who is the chairman of that board, who, when I came back to run the Greater Beverly Y, I asked him to kind of, because I know he's a doer, and I knew he would help to get things done, to bring the collaboration board up to where it needs to be, to make sure we have the right appointees. And so those are the appointees, and he's been very helpful and very instrumental of making it happen. So thank you, Councilor Rotundo, for doing that. So as we move forward, some of the programs that we're talking about, we've had things, regular programs down there, like the McPherson Youth Center Basketball League, the after-school programs, field trips that we do to the Red Sox, to water country in the summertime, and the variety of programs that we do. I know we have so much time, so I'm trying to be quick here, so we'll talk really quick. Some of the numbers that we talked through, you're talking about over 1,000 kids that you're giving, helping out with food insecurities that a lot of these families struggle with on a day-to-day basis. You're talking about over 2,600 teens that are there on a daily basis and throughout the year. It's very important that these kids have these role models down there, the staff, and you have a director down there. Some of the programs that we have done, like the mental health fair, the family Thanksgiving dinner, the Project Y that we've done, get the kids involved, in the school vacation programs that are going well, and of course the skate park that everybody loves that are going down there. So you have a variety of programs that we collaborate with, like the bike rodeo with the Beverly Police Departments. So a lot of good programs that are going down that the kids get involved with. The kids even have a youth board that they get involved, which I think is an important part of the leadership. Now the next page here is kind of an old one, the idea of this is something we want to bring back. This is 30 years ago, and you can see Mayor Monahan up in the picture there. So we did a program called Youth Exemplary Awards, and it was a great program having kids who have overcome adversities be recognized in the community. And we did that for several years, and for a variety of reasons, that program has stopped, but we want to reintroduce that and working with the mayor to recognize kids who of all kind of backgrounds recognize and working with the school system, recognize kids who might have not be recognized, might not be, the soccer star or on the band, and they have these kids who, from elementary to middle school to high school, that we can recognize. I think it's an important part that the city can do and the Y can do to show that examples that these kids, and the smiles on these kids' faces, and they're adults today that I run into at the supermarket or where have you throughout Beverly, still remember those days going through there. Jared Harris, who's not with us tonight, he's not feeling well, so I'll speak on his behalf. Jared has been there for a little over a year, has a great background with the Y, but also with Boys and Girls Club, has a background, can identify with these kids and some of the struggles they go through on a day-to-day basis. And remember, on a day-to-day basis, you have kids coming down there from all walks of life, but kids who, have struggling family backgrounds on a day-to-day basis. It doesn't mean any kids can't come down there, but on an everyday basis, you're having, young teens, 11 to 18, struggle. So someone like him having that, knowing where they've come from and have a positive role model is very important to do. I'm gonna bring up Rebecca Jackson, who's a community director for us, to talk about the past program, was an extension of the youth center, and also Be Healthy Beverly, which some of you have been aware of. And then I can answer some of your questions after we talk about the mayor's reading program. Rebecca?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today about the Positive Alternatives for Student Support Program, or PASS. PASS runs out of the McPherson Youth Center during the school day when it would otherwise be closed for drop-in services. And the program was created a little bit over 5 years ago because administrators were seeing a real need for supports for students who were being suspended. And if you look at the data, students who maybe need additional support around mental health or substance use are suspended at a much higher rate, and they don't always get the interventions that they need. And so the PASS program was created to serve as an early intervention model for student, and it has a lot of benefits not only for the district, but also for our students. So it doesn't count as an in or out of school suspension, which is really great for end of year reporting numbers for the district. And it also is really great for students who are applying for college. Another real great benefit is the fact that it cuts in half the amount of days that a student is out of school, because really our goal is to reintegrate our students back into the district. The YMCA does not do this alone. We partner with the North Shore Education Consortium as well as JRI and Children's Friends and Family Services to run the program. And we are staffed by a program director, a student director, an outpatient therapist, and a social worker. So here's a brief overview of what a day looks like for a PASS student. Just some highlights. Every single student receives free breakfast, snacks, and lunch. We also offer free transportation for any student that does need it. We start every single day with an overview of expectations as well as a therapeutic group. And there are opportunities for academics as well as therapeutic rec time. Additionally, every single student meets with our outpatient therapist to go over a series of assessments which include mental health, substance use, as well as trauma. And then at the end of the day, every single student meets with program staff to do a re-entry plan, and it's an opportunity to reflect on why a student was sent to PASS, as well as identifying in and out of school supports. So, and next slide, please. So here are some impact statement numbers for Beverly. So if you look at our school year to date, we have served 45 students for a total of 68 days. Last year, we served a total of 83 students for a total of 107 days. If you look at the referral numbers, the majority of the reasons why a student was referred was around substance use. But just because substance use was the primary reason for referral, say somebody got caught vaping in a school bathroom, we do offer a lot of supports around all the other topics. And so somebody who's suspended for substance use might need additional supports or referral services around mental health, or maybe they're dealing with school avoidance as well. And I'm going to wrap up my part of the presentation to discuss the Be Healthy Beverly Coalition, which is facilitated by the Greater Beverly YMCA. And Be Healthy Beverly is a youth substance use prevention coalition with a focus on mental health as well as community connectedness for youth. You can see a little bit of information in terms of who we partner with and some of our key initiatives, but I do want to wrap up by saying that we work really extensively with the McPherson Youth Center and the drop-in services, not only in terms of sponsoring events and supporting events, but also capacity training opportunities. So an example is a youth mental health first aid training that we offered to some of the McPherson Youth Center staff. And with that, I'd like to pass it to Lorian. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening. I am here to talk a little bit about one of our other main relationships we have with the city and Mayor Cahill's summer literacy program. We are currently starting our 7th year of the program for rising first, second, and third grade students who, based on reading scores, read below grade level in January. We even include the year that we did run it in 2021, right after the COVID closures. A lot of the policies and safety procedures that we put into place, our school system, in fact, took and put into place the next year. In partnership with the mayor's office and Beverly Public Schools, we're able to also offer not only a morning of literacy skills, but also an afternoon of traditional camp activities free of charge for all the kids who are referred and to take advantage of the program. We have not only been able to retain literacy scores where kids leave off, which was the ultimate goal of the program, but now we're actually seeing gains in literacy scores as the kids leave the program at the end of the summer. And one thing we're also really proud about is our relationship with Endicott College. We have been able to get a lot of Endicott students in the School of Education on staff with us, who have then later been hired as teachers within our district. We have had in our not long, but 7-year history, probably over 600 public school students referred to the program. And not only do they get the skills in the camp and during the day, but we're also offering free breakfast and a free lunch for every child. Morning transportation is also included for them, as well as weekly books that they get to take home free of charge. So we can gain those literacy skills at home as well. Throughout the years, we started simply with teachers and camp counselors. We've now been able to add behavioral support, school adjustment counselor positions, a school nurse, and floating teacher positions. We all know that teachers want some days off during the summer too, and we're able to give them that. And then I just included some data. As you can see throughout the years, not only have the scores gone up throughout the years, but you'll see weeks 1, 5, and 1 and 5 are included in that data, but their scores go up throughout the summer.
Thank you, Lorian. And I just want to, in conclusion, I just wanted to thank the mayor, who's been very supportive. You know, being a former teacher himself, understands the youth, the support. Obviously, there's not a lot of mayors who run a summer literacy program, and we're glad to be a part of that. As you know, some of the funding, 68,000 to be precise, I believe, is funded through the city budget and then through ARPA funding. And as we continue to grow and with a new facility, which I also thank the mayor for doing that because, you know, in 1975, to be honest with you, that building was inadequate. In 1985, it was inadequate, 1995, and here we are in 2025, moving forward. We're gonna have a new facility that's gonna be so important for the kids, especially for the downtown kids who need it the most. And so we're really excited about doing that, and I appreciate all the council's support throughout the years to making the youth center what it is. Because when you talk about the Y, you talk about the city, you know, since I've been at the Y, you know what? It's not just the Y over there. The Y is the community. The Y is only as good as it can be without the support of the community and the people like you. And a little thing in the past, how I'm committed to this. Obviously, I've been around for 30 years, but I was looking through some clips and going through some pictures, and I have something to show you a little bit here. This picture here, that's my son, who, when I was running the youth center, he's 1 year old there. He turned 29 and is getting married in July. So if that shows you anything about the commitment that, you know what, you know, myself and the staff that I have here, you know, we're not just some fly-by-night, we're not going to be here. I hope to be here for the next 10, 15 years, creating programs and doing the best thing we can, supporting our youth, and especially our teens, for the city of Beverly. So I really appreciate all your support and help. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Thanks to your whole team. Congratulations on your son's engagement. Members of the council, are there any questions for Mr. Flaherty or members of his team who presented this evening? Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. Roughly 70,000.
Do you expect any significant changes in operations with a new facility? And then what would that mean in terms of the city's partnership with the Y to help support any expanded operations?
So the short answer to your question is yes. I mean, having a facility that is adequate, state-of-the-art, that truly gives the kids and the teens what they need, we're definitely going to try to expand on what we try to do, but we're not going to get away from what we do best. And that's kind of the drop-in center, which helps those kids on an everyday basis. Some of these teens are down there from the time we open at 3 o'clock and the time we close at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. And sometimes these kids, if we don't give the opportunity of food donated by area restaurants around the community, some of these kids go home hungry. And it's a true thing. Now, obviously, we have programs like the McPherson Youth Center Basketball League and other programs down there, or the skateboard park. The kids come down there, funding's not a problem. But some of these kids are dealing with mental health issues, a lot of concern. So I think the more we collaborate with the schools, with the city, I think we're going to be all right. But it's going to be a facility that is going to be able to house more teens. Right now, it's a tight facility in the middle of the wintertime. It can be tight down there on a rainy night or when it's snowing out. So we've worked hard, I should say, with the mayor to try to have a facility that we can afford, that's responsible, but it gives the teens an adequate space to have room down there, so you can have a 12-year-old, kids down there with their boys, and then to have a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, don't always mix. So having a facility that's large enough to meet the needs of the teens is important. So yes, to answer your question is, yeah, we will be moving forward and trying to collaborate with as many people as we can and do as much as we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney. Councilor St. Hilaire.
Yeah, Mr. Flaherty. Recognition, so just wanted to put a shout out and, just say that's a great idea. I'm glad to see that sort of effort happening.
Right.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilor Bowen.
There we go.
Thank you. I just wanted to add my thanks, and I had a similar question to Councillor Sweeney's, and so would just add, I think the staffing of the center is as important as the physical condition, and so really appreciate the work that your team has done to support our young people, and I think as we think about using a new facility, just making sure that we have, the people there to also support the programming, so.
I mean, it's exciting to be able to have a facility to build. I mean, you talk about new high schools and fixing the facilities out in the community, but to really focus on the ones who need it the most and be able to fund that. Having a facility that these kids have role models down there that can have programs that are adequate and exciting that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise is important. It's extremely important to their life success. It's interesting because I'll run into, not kids today, parents who were children down there, who have children themselves, that said, you know what, if we didn't have the staff and the ability to go down there every day, people would say I might have been in jail, and that's a quote. It's pretty exciting that you can have that kind of impact on teens.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions or comments from the council for Mr. Flaherty or his team? All right. Thank you very much again, Mr. Flaherty. Thanks to your whole team for your presentation, and thank you for the work that you all do every day as well.
Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor, and thanks to the staff that make it all possible. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And nice to see you here again, Mr. Flaherty. We do have a presentation, as I mentioned, from our planning director. And as Ms. Nguyen is getting set, I'll take a minute just to acknowledge some of the members of our city staff who are here with us this evening. Of course, our planning director, Darlene Nguyen, is here, and we thank her for being here with us. Our city finance director, Mr. Brian Ailes, is here this evening. Thank you, Mr. Ailes. Mr. Gabe Hannafin, our airport director, is here as well. Thank you for being here. And of course, His Honor, the mayor is here as well. Thank you, Mayor, for joining us this evening. Ms. Nguyen, we may have to pause you if we get to 7:30. I know you know that drill, but we'll go ahead and get you started, and we'll pick up if we need to.
And I'll just take a second to introduce Erin Schaefer, who is our economic development planner, who this is maybe her first meeting that you've seen her here at. So
Welcome.
I am just hopefully giving you a brief presentation on a request that we have for City Council. Erin, you can go to the next slide. To vote on an interlocal agreement with the City of Salem and the Town of Danvers to participate in on-demand rideshare service. So the Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 4A requires the City Council to approve any agreements between governmental entities for joint performance of services. So that's why we're asking for your permission here and your vote. So the proposal basically is we've been working on this for a number of years, a number of studies, and really hoping to get something like this on the ground, but to expand what exists today and has existed since 2020 in Salem, an on-demand rideshare service, which is called the Salem Skipper. And we're hoping the purpose of this is to improve workforce access, so getting people to and from their jobs within the region. And this is a 2-year pilot program, so it's hopefully a start. We would be expanding the service in Beverly to a set geographies, which I zoom in later, but you have to be within, so it shows all of Salem, a couple elements in Danvers, and then the purple is Beverly. And you have to be within those geographies, or geofences they're called, to request the service and be dropped off. But you could walk, or you could get to them some way if you don't live there, but so that's the only catch. So it's only in those areas. Next slide. So the interlocal agreement is a 2-year pilot program. We're hoping to get started April 1st. The current version of the draft, which is the final draft, the only thing we change is the start date. That you have in your packets. It's funded by a Federal Transit Authority grant and local matches, and 3 or 4 of the vehicles will be garaged in Beverly. By garaged, we will have dedicated parking spaces for them in a public lot, where the driver will then trade their car for the shuttle while they're driving. The cost of the service, as described in the agreement, the cost of providing the service to Beverly is $577,617 per year. It's a $2.3 million grant for 2 years. And then Beverly's contribution would be $131,466 per year. And that just broke it down. So our match to the cost for Beverly is 22%, but our match for the total cost is just over 5%. And that is a picture of what the Salem Skipper looks like, and those vehicles will be the same types of vehicles that you will see coming through Beverly and Danvers. We will not be rebranding. We will have signs. It will still be called the Salem Skipper. Next slide. So a little bit of details on how the service works. So in Beverly, the hours are a little longer in Salem, but in Beverly and Danvers, it'll be 7 to 7, Monday to Friday, and 10 to 7 on Saturday and Sunday. Again, this is primarily for workforce, so we were not doing the kind of evening dinner crowd at this time. It costs $2 per ride for a rider. There's a discount for seniors, middle and high school students. Anyone under 13 has to be accompanied by a parent. And people with disabilities also get the discount. I mentioned the geo-fenced areas. It is an app-based program, but there is a phone number if you don't have a smartphone that you can call. There are wheelchair-accessible vehicles, about half the fleet is. And VIA is the current, was the successful recipient of an RFP issued by the City of Salem to operate the service. They are currently, and they have been operating the service in Salem since 2020. Next slide, I think, is the last one. So, said that this is a result of a work that has happened since 2017 when MAPC did a North Shore mobility study, and then a follow-on study in 2020 by the North Shore Mass Higher Career Center that really dug into the need for this workforce piece. And actually, Beverly wasn't included in that at the time. So we kind of worked ourselves back into this conversation because we do feel it's really important for our community. And we have some job centers, and we've heard it from people up in Cherry Hill, which is the yellow top corner is Cherry Hill around the airport. This is just the Beverly geographies. Then Folly Hill and Trask Lane is right below Cherry Hill. So some of these are residential areas. And then it's all of downtown, all the way from Water to Water, up through the hospital, Cummings Center, and that bit that goes up is up towards Anchor Point and Northridge. So trying to connect some of our residents with jobs, but they can also go to their jobs in Salem or Danvers. You can get to the mall in Danvers if you want to too. So it's filling the gaps in transit that we don't have that we're not meeting right now. And increasing access to jobs is one of the primary goals in the region, but also by reducing the number of single occupancy vehicles used, we're reducing congestion and greenhouse gas emission. So with that, our goal and our hope is that you're willing to approve the interlocal agreement so we can tell Salem and Danvers that we're ready to go and tell VIA to get started on promoting this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen. Councilor Rotundo, I saw your hand. Ms. Kent can help you, I think.
Please. Thank you. I just want to make a comment. First of all, I know I've worked with you in the last several years with the transportation up towards Apple Village, and I know it's by chance that it actually is included in this geo-fence, and I thank you for working hard to get this because, ironically, when we had Cater go up there more often, they were looking for more of a rideshare service, so this is, so I just wanted to comment and say thank you for all the hard work you guys have done for this. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there other questions or comments? Councilor St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Madam President. So just trying to understand, Ms. Nguyen, so the City of Salem started this in 2020, and it sounds like they're looking to expand it into Danvers and Beverly. Why would we not start our own Beverly Skipper or Beverly bus that maybe supported the whole city? I guess why are we interested in joining Salem's version of this?
Well, one, we do have the Cater shuttle, which is a fixed route service that runs through on a set route with hour headways, which is a bit long, but runs throughout the city, not all portions of the city. Right now, and generally, not specifically, seems to serve a senior population. Well, that's not a requirement. But the reason that a regional service is interesting is because, well, North Shore, the Mass Hire's study showed that even people were coming from Lynn to Cherry Hill to work, or from Salem to Cherry Hill to work. So the people who work and live, they don't always live and work in the same community. And so we're really trying to connect people to jobs and also to educational centers. There's a hope that we can get to North Shore Community College and, other college centers, so Salem State. You could get these people, either whether they're in college or beyond, to the jobs that maybe they don't have a car to get to, or eliminates them having to get a car for a short time.
And do these exist in other communities as well?
Yes, there are, the Newton area has a regional on-demand shuttle service that they've started, and I think there's another one in the Lexington area, but I have to confirm that. But there are a couple different ones that have started around the same time as the Salem one started. And also, to your point too, there's a bit of, conservation of services by operating one that we share. We can kind of absorb some of those costs too, rather than each having our own system.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. I saw Counselor Sweeney and Counselor Spang, but I'm going to pause us here just so we can open our 7:30 hearing. And I'll do that. Sorry, I got lost mid-thought. So we'll open the posted 7:30 public hearing for order number 73. Ms. Kent.
Order number 73, the City of Beverly ordered that the City Council of the City of Beverly hold a public hearing on Monday, March 18th, 2024 at 7:30 PM at 191 Cabot Street, 3rd floor, Council Chambers, relative to a request for a transfer for $150,000 from the Recreational Enterprise Fund to be placed into a capital project fund to round out the necessary funding to complete the renovations of tennis courts at the Kimball, Haskell, and Cahill Parks. And this was in the newspaper on Monday, March 9th.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. Councilors, I'd entertain a motion to recess this public hearing to 7:40 PM, and maybe we can get some of those questions into Ms. Nguyen in that time. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. So we'll recess that public hearing to 7:40 PM and pick it back up at that point. And this is a good time for me to say that any members of the public here hoping to speak either in that public hearing on the request for the transfer that Ms. Kent just read the order for, or in the 8 o'clock public hearing, which is on the proposed HVAC upgrades for the Beverly Public Library main branch, which was continued from a previous meeting. If you would like to sign up to speak, those sign-up sheets are on the desk in front of where Ms. Schaefer is sitting right now, and you can come up at any point. So we'll go back to our conversation with Ms. Nguyen and Councilor Sweeney, and then we'll go to Councilor Spang.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Nguyen, for this presentation. It's certainly a unique opportunity for the city, given the grant funding available. And I apologize if you had already covered this, but just to make sure that I fully understand, while the program appears to be largely funded through the grant, there does seem to be about $130,000 local match contribution. Have we identified a funding source yet for that contribution over the 2-year pilot?
Yes, we're anticipating funding that with the ARPA funds.
Through ARPA funds?
Yes.
Okay. And then, well, I assume this is going to be contingent on how the 2 years go.
Yes.
At this point, the only commitment we have made financially is to this initial 2-year period.
It's just for the 2 years, and actually then January 2025, there's an opt-in, kind of a checkpoint, so to say. So you check in for the next, before we enter the second year. And the one great thing about VIA, since they have a little bit more time, they collect live data. So we'll have data reporting of where people are making the calls from. Even we can collect people who call from outside of the geofence or request it, so we can get this data and know really where the demand is, how much demand is. If there's more demand, and we pay per service. So if the demand is really higher than we anticipate, we'll have to face that bridge and see what happens. Or if it's less, we may not spend all the money. But it's really a true pilot, and it allows us to kind of month by month test out and see how it's functioning. And that data is able to be presented in a really user-friendly way as well. So I could come back and give a report on how things are going.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nguyen. That's it for me, thank you.
And I guess I would just add to that, because to your point too, after year one, we need to start thinking about long-term. And I think the mayor has something that maybe he would rather say about longer-term funding for these types of services. And
Please.
Yeah, I just want to say that, this wouldn't be possible without this big federal chunk of money, right? And so this is really about the 3 communities trying to prove it out so that some other level of government, not us, would see the wisdom in a longer-term commitment. Because, as Darlene pointed out, as Ms. Nguyen pointed out, that 135 roughly is about a fifth of the cost of providing the service in Beverly for a year. So with that kind of a price tag, it's only going to work longer term if there's a commitment at the state or federal level to make it work. This is to see whether the demand makes it worth really advocating hard for at the end of the couple of years. Make sense?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Spang.
Thank you. I just wanted to share my enthusiasm, really excited for this pilot. Thank you to Mayor Cahill and Planning Director Darlene Nguyen for getting Beverly included. I hear a lot as the Ward 2 counselor about constraints with parking downtown. I think this can help alleviate some of those. I'm hopeful because people can park in a lot and then take the shuttle or the skipper to wherever they want to go if they don't want to walk. So yeah, I just wanted to hope that as you receive the data monthly, I think you heard from some downtown businesses as well, that if it proves out that a lot of people are using it and there are ways to either expand hours or availability of it, just really excited for the opportunities this has for our city.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. Also wanted to add my enthusiasm. I think any and all combinations of transportation options are helpful in relieving congestion, the environmental impacts, the health impacts. So I'm really excited about giving people another way to try this out. Would echo the request for sort of seeing and using that data together as we get it. And thinking about that longer term, are there other iterations of this? In addition to other levels of government, particularly with the current workforce focus, are some of those business centers potential partners? And just a quick question, is there any discussion of reviving the shorter fixed route shuttle for the Cumming Center that was piloted but sort of shelved because of COVID?
There's no intention of restarting that. Ridership was fairly low, and it was very limited to 3 rides, morning and afternoon. We're hoping that this would be a better solution. I would actually argue that there were 3 support letters that hopefully you received, one from Excelis, one from Main Streets, and one from the Greater Beverly Chamber of Commerce. And Excelis specifically pointed out their enthusiasm of this type of service rather than the fixed route kind of very limited service that we were able to offer with the Wave. Again, to the mayor's point, like these services end up being really expensive, and that one was run by the North Shore TMA, which doesn't exist at the moment. So, I think we're hoping that this is a kind of a more responsive solution to what the people need.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor St. Hilaire.
Yeah, just quickly, the discussion on data. Is there any ridership data from Salem since they launched this in 2020?
They have extensive data, and I'm happy to ask for some of it and share it. They've shared it with me over time, but generally it's very positive. It's been very successful, and that's why they've continued to do it.
The mayor said, looking to prove a service here. What is success? How do we know if we did that?
That's a good question and something we can talk about. I think success is getting people to their jobs and showing increased growth and use of the service.
Is Salem viewing it as successful right now, or are they?
Yes, and that's why they were able to both expand their services and get this grant, because they were able to demonstrate that it was getting people throughout Salem, to wherever they want to go. And in Salem, it wasn't specifically a workforce thing. And so, it's particularly relevant during haunted happenings and getting people in and out of Salem and reducing congestion in Salem when they're at their peak times.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Any other questions from the council for Ms. Nguyen? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen, and thank you, Ms. Schaefer. It's nice to have you officially at a meeting, Ms. Schaefer, with us as well. Thanks for being here. With that brings us right to 7:40. So we will reopen that public hearing on order number 73. Ms. Nguyen already read the order. I'll just remind members of the public, if you're here with us now or you're watching on BevCam and you hope to speak in this public hearing or the 8 o'clock public hearing, Come at any point, add your name to the sheets on the desk where Ms. Schaefer was sitting, and it's not now, but we'll take those speakers during the public hearings in the order that they're signed out. I see that our City Finance Director, Mr. Brian Ailes, is at the podium and ready to get us going on this public hearing. So, Mr. Ailes, please.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the City Council. Thank you for having me this evening. Mr. Doig, I want to apologize. He intended to be here. He's unable to make it. Last minute thing popped up. But this request before you this evening is a request to transfer funds from the Recreation Enterprise Fund into support primarily tennis court rehabilitation, which he's been working to cobble together funding for some time. Right now, the Enterprise Fund, which receives its revenues from activity down at Lynch Park, the parking fees, for example, some small rental fees for various assets throughout the city that are recreation-related, as well as certain fees for camp registrations and things during the summer. So currently, there's $356,187 available within that fund. We're requesting that $150,000 of that be transferred out, and 67,000 of that 150,000 would go to support the resurfacing of the tennis courts. The remaining 83,000 would be put in a general project fund to support the variety of projects that Mr. Doig and his team undertake every year related to park restoration, rehabilitation, and obviously some other project overages that occur from time to time. So that's the intent of the uses of the funds, and we'd appreciate your support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailes. Our City Council Budget Analyst, Mr. Jerry Perry, is also here with us. Before I open for questions and comments from the council and any members of the public, Mr. Perry, is there anything you'd like to add about this order?
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. I wrote to you last Friday my recommendation on this matter. A couple of quick comments. First off, you can use the enterprise fund for these matters. The Department of Revenue's regulations allow for this, so it's appropriate in nature. I have personally been an advocate pushing the administration to try to use some of these funds for this very purpose. Some of you veteran councils may recall several years ago, Councilor Rand and I did some work, and we did a very similar project along these lines to do some work along these matters. I'm also comfortable, as I wrote in my memo to you, the amount of money being asked for is appropriate in nature. It's not too much in my view, because we want to drain the fund balance down. We want to be able to carry it forward next year so we don't have deficits. So the bottom line to it is I do recommend it to you. I think it's appropriate in nature, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions anybody may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. Members of the council, Councilor Feldman. Yes, thank you. Oh, Councilor Feldman, will you unmute? Thank you.
Apologies. Okay. So, you had mentioned that of the funding, 67,000 was going for the tennis courts, and then 83 was going to the general project fund. Is that the general project fund specific to just these two parks listed, or is it's an overall?
It's more general in nature. You may recall that the governor did some 9C cuts recently, and that affected a couple of the earmarks that Bruce and his team were relying on to support some of the projects that you're aware of, one of which is a signage project, I believe, that some of this funds will go to. Another one is to close out, we may use a little bit of it to close out the work on the Simon Street lots that we purchased a little while ago. So there's a number of parks that you're familiar with, the renovations on, that he's looking to just kind of round out and close out.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to thank the administration for moving forward with this. This is one of those CPA projects that has been going on for a couple of years now, the Cahill Park tennis court in particular. I know it's in disrepair. I know the residents in Centerville will be very happy to see this get done, so I want to say thank you. Is there any projected timeline on when we might see this construction or work this year?
Let me, through the summer? Yeah, we're hoping to,
Yeah, I'm not going to hold you to it, but we're intending to do this season.
Yeah, I mean, and in fact, the necessary funds were a result of the bids coming in. So we know what the price is going to be. We're ready to contract with the vendor and get going on these projects.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Houseman.
Yes, this is a question also for Mr. Ailes. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the move to take these funds to the enterprise fund for these two tennis courts. I do have a question about the allocation, though, because the tennis court at Kimball Haskell Park, for example, has certainly needed work for a long time, but it's been a while. But my recollection of the kinds of costs that were involved in reconditioning that surface alone would take up $67,000, if not more. And so I question whether that's sufficient, or why the administration thinks that's sufficient for one court, much less two.
Sure. Great question. I should have been a little clearer earlier. Apologize for that. The work that's going to be done at the tennis courts will be coming from multiple funding sources. And as Councilor St. Hilaire alluded to, there is a commitment from the CPC to fund $250,000 of the project. There's another $100,000 that's been committed from the Lynch trustees. And then to round out the project of the $67,000 would bring the project total to $417,000, which was the bid amount that we just recently opened.
That makes more sense to me. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thanks for clarifying.
Thank you. I have one other comment, and it's specific to this request for a transfer, but as I see it, it's also potentially more generic in nature as well. When the time comes for the council to take action on this, and I'm going to pass this out to my fellow councilors. If you could pass that down. I have been concerned, as I think the council in general has been, about the council's ability to understand what is happening with projects as they construction projects as they go along. We have, I'll just take two examples. One is Central Fire Station, which for which we appropriated funds more than a year ago, and really don't have a solid handle on exactly what the status is of that project. And then also the library HVAC system, which sort of, let's just say, surprised the council when we went for more than a year and a half to find such a difference in scope and a difference in cost. So I suggest that the council consider when it comes time to take action on this order, if there is a motion to approve, that the council approve the order with a contingency, a condition that would require the administration, that require the mayor or his staff to make reports back to the council on benchmarks and the scope of the project on an ongoing basis, so that hopefully this might form as a protocol, if you will, for the council to be able to assure itself, and for that matter, help the administration if there are issues, to make sure that none of us are caught off guard as we go along. I would also say that it seems to me that this kind of reporting, I expect, is already being done, and if it's not, it should be done internally for the administration anyway. So I don't really see this as requiring more work for the administration, just a way to keep the council informed as projects like this go on. And I guess I'd ask, I did provide a copy to the administration of this so that the solicitor's office and the finance department and the mayor would be aware of it ahead of time. So I'd be interested in their comments on this, but first I'd like to hear from Mr. Perry through the president, if you're willing, to comment on this suggested contingency.
Mr. Perry?
Thank you. Yeah, the Councilor Houseman and I have discussed this over the weekend, and actually we discussed it about 4 years ago, too. This contingency appropriation is something I've had some familiarity with. You see it mostly at state level in these outside sections for anybody who's ever studied the state budget. I see Councilor St. Hilaire shaking his head. He's had some experience up there. It's really an opportunity for the legislative branch of government to ask the executive branch just what's going on. And a lot of times you see these outside sections, it's nothing more than a reporting. The legislature wants to know what's going on. And I see the same thing here at the local level. At the municipal level, I've had some experience a long time ago. There have been some contingency appropriations. It's not used very often at the local level, but it's very much used at the state level. So it's not a unique concept. The other thing I would add, and I did discuss this at great length with Councilor Houseman over the weekend, is I say to several of you, stay in your lanes. You're the legislative branch, and it's not your responsibility. It's your responsibility to decide whether you want to appropriate or write the checks for various projects. There's no question to that. But once you make that decision, it's the responsibility of the executive branch to see it through. And I cautioned Councilor Houseman, and we both agreed on the phone about this, that you shouldn't get involved telling procurement how to do something or how to build a tennis court or whatever the case may be. That's the responsibility of the mayor and his staff, in my view. But I think it's wholly appropriate to, all you're asking for is a status report in this contingency, as I understand the language is I saw this morning. And I think that's fair. It's about transparency. It's about keeping you aware of what's going on. So when you deal with your own constituencies, you can at least articulate what's going on. And from my perspective, I think it's good government, and I don't see a problem with it.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. And if I may, Madam President, I'd be interested in hearing from Mr. Ailes in terms of, from his perspective, how workable this contingency would be from his perspective.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Counselor. And let me first just say, I think we all share, and I can speak for the administration in this, that we want to be giving updates on these projects. We want to have that line of communication back and forth, and we've always enjoyed a good partnership with the council in terms of getting things done in the city and trying to meet the needs of our constituents. So on that part of it, I fully can appreciate the desire, and I don't think it's an unreasonable commitment to make from the administration that we'll be updating you all as needed. The one piece of this that does just have me scratching my head a little bit is the process by which we undertake. When an appropriation's made, as you all know, that's the authorization to legally enter into a contractual agreement with a vendor. And when we enter into that legal agreement, part of the, most cases, written obligation is if the services get rendered, a payment needs to be made. The aspect of this language that would restrict me as treasurer for issuing payment for work or services that have been rendered when we've been in a contract with a vendor, I could see as problematic. We would obviously work to not have that happen and try to meet the obligations of the contingency, but having a contingency appropriation is not an unencumbered right to obligate those funds in my mind. So that's the only aspect of it that I kind of, and again, I mean, I've only read it, I think it was yesterday or when we saw the language, that was my initial reaction. But I think, in an abundance of caution, we may want to look at this with a legal lens just to make sure that it is something that is delivering the intended, what it's intended to, and not have unintended consequences of it.
Councilor Houseman, then we're going to go to Councilor St. Hilaire after.
Yeah, no, I when I forwarded this, I also sent it to Solicitor Williams because I anticipated that there would be some review necessary to sort of contemplate how this would go into operation. I guess my across the board response is the concern that you raise, I sort of see, I don't want to be pejorative about it, but it's sort of I see it as sort of a false concern, because this cannot be difficult. If it is difficult, we have a bigger problem than I'm aware of. It should not be difficult to comply with these conditions. Once every 3 months, give a short summary of what's happening with a project to the council. I mean, that not only should be sort of a straightforward part of city council sort of oversight, I guess, of expenditures. It's not unfair to, it's reasonable to ask for. But if this is not already occurring with the administration, then there's a deeper management problem that I'm aware of. If the administration's not requiring this internally for itself, then I'd like to know, I guess I'd like to know if that's not happening, and if it's not happening, why?
So I apologize if my comments seem to seem that there was difficulty in delivering what is requested, because I don't think that that's a major issue.
Okay.
It's more about the legal encumbrance that would be on the expenditures and the funding that I would then look to obligate, or we as the city would look to obligate in a contract. And whether it's a simple task or in another instance could be a more difficult task. Any contingency on an appropriation creates an added barrier and an added complexity to being able to obligate those funds. So it's not about being able to deliver a communication. Of course we'd be able to do that. And in fact, I believe, at any point in time, it doesn't have to be on a prescribed basis, that the charter allows the city council to call any department head before you and answer questions or about a specific project, about a specific function that's going on. And of course, we're always happy to do that. So in terms of the deliverable, that's not the issue as I see it. It's more about the mechanism and the added kind of complexity, I guess you could call it, to the appropriation process.
President, if we just have Mr. Perry reply to that before Councilor St. Hilaire has an opportunity, if that's all right with you?
It seemed to me that Councilor St. Hilaire was trying to also get in
Okay.
partially
Yeah,
on this
I mean,
conversation, so let's go to
Sure.
Councilor St. Hilaire and then we'll
Okay.
circle back.
I mean, I think I appreciate the spirit in which Councilor Houseman has introduced this proposal here. I think we've all had situations where we want more information on projects. But I would be opposed to attaching a condition like this, particularly to this particular order or orders like this. I think, as a council, we do have oversight authority in financial matters. As Chair of Finance and Property, I'd be happy to request something like that from the Finance Director. I think we have a capital improvement plan that comes out every year. We could ask for that to be included in. So I think we do have authority. I just don't know willy-nilly attaching conditions on an order like this is appropriate or makes sense. My view.
Thank you, Councilor. Mr. Perry, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add to this.
There's a policy decision. Belongs to the 9 of you. If you're satisfied that you're getting the information you're getting, then you wouldn't want to vote for this, I guess. It's really how you all individually feel about it. I can only, as I indicated, this is not a unique concept. It's out there. It's out there in other legislative branches, and if there's contractual agreement, I've never had experience where it turned into a problem. Maybe it could. I don't know. I don't think it. I'm not aware of it. That's all I can say. But the bottom line to it is, it's not much of a secret. We've had some challenges with capital projects and trying to understand where they're going and what they're doing here. I've had numerous meetings over the last couple of years with the mayor, with the finance director, with Commissioner Collins. That's not a secret. I've offered a boatload of recommendations to them from management-wise and policy-wise to try to push some of this stuff through. I know some of you in my one-on-ones are frustrated a little bit about this stuff. Bottom line to it, it's really your ultimate decision. In the absence, and I see Solicitor Williams staring at me a little bit, I'm not aware of any legal thing because I know it happens elsewhere, but it's a policy decision, I guess. That's the bottom line to it. You have to make your own decisions whether you're happy with the information you're receiving, I guess.
I'm going to pause us here. I know I have Counselor Bowen and then Counselor Rotundo waiting to speak. So let's open the 8 o'clock continued public hearing on order number 17. This is a continuation of the hearing on the request concerning the proposed HVAC upgrades for the Beverly Public Library main branch. I think we're probably close to being able to round out our other public hearing on order 73. So councilors, I would entertain a motion to recess this public hearing until 8:10.
Second.
All those in favor? Thank you. We'll recess the public hearing on order 17 until 8:10, and we will reopen our public hearing on order number 73, and we'll go to Counselor Bowen and then Counselor Rotundo.
Thank you. So I similarly, I'm glad this is the sort of conversation we're having, because I think these are park projects that definitely should happen. I think the Recreation Enterprise Fund is an appropriate place to draw some portion of the funds for this kind of capital project. And I'm struggling with sort of how we got here and how we can avoid getting here again. So I was just hoping to get a little clarity on other ways this could have been funded or could still be funded, and how to make sure that the work actually gets done as quickly as possible. So I think from the CPC side, these projects came up individually in 2015 and 2017, and then again together in 2022. I think if it's down to the point where, like, this is the missing piece and we have an updated project budget and it's ready to go, I'm pretty comfortable with making the transfer of that $67,000 that completes a project that's well scoped, that's been identified over many years, that's been identified as a priority by the committee that helps, think about what is the best use of funding for recreation projects. I'm a little less clear on the additional $83,000. Doesn't seem like, I know there are plenty of other needs across the parks. Have heard many of them raised in other conversations. And also know that we have, a line in the operating budget every year, the aptly named Park of the Year budget line. I don't know if that was fully spent last year, if it's been fully spent this year. If there are other sort of operating expenses that could help push a project over the finish line or address some of the signage or other things that are coming up sort of bundled as part of this request.
Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Madam President. As to the 3 tennis courts piece of it, right? Just to remind folks of a little bit of the history. So the ask of the CPC was several years ago now, and the CPC approved a certain amount. When the project went out to bid, it came in too high. There was too much of a delta. There was a conversation that lasted a while and came back around again about potentially building a 3rd tennis court. Landmark School offered to pay the cost of the courts if it gave them a home for their tennis program. If we, those of us who were part of that conversation remember how the neighbors felt about an additional 50% of tennis court space, impervious surface. It just didn't fit in that space. So that went by the boards. We included it in a couple of rounds of park grant applications to the state, and we're told in no uncertain terms eventually by the state, hey, pull those tennis courts out because they're in neighborhoods that we, the state, are not going to fund. The need in those neighborhoods isn't what it is in some of your other neighborhoods, and so that led us to now going back to this attempt in this go-round, which has led to needing to, Mr. Doig went to the, what was it you said, there was $100K out of the Lynch trustees. So, went to a few sources, including the enterprise fund is before you. So that, and then went and got RFP'd to make sure we knew the price before nailing down that last piece. So that's how it's come to here, and the courts are, extremely needed at this point in both instances, the Cove Courts and the Centerville Court. Thanks.
Counselor Rotundo.
Well, thank you. So, just in reference, Madam President, with the language that Councilor Hausman's presenting, although the spirit of the language, I agree with what he's stating, especially specifically the HVAC and where we got 20 months ago and not being updated is a great instance. I don't necessarily know if this is necessary that we have to do. Maybe it's our job to maybe periodically call these projects in front of us, or, at least have an assurance from the mayor that as projects are presented, that there will be a better communication to the council as these projects progress, because there is a lot of money that's been appropriated. I know as a council and different projects, we've done a lot with Mr. Perry to see about where things are at, and it's frustrating for us when we're seeing this money being appropriated, because we know that that money sitting in that account is decreasing and depreciating in value. So, money that we appropriated 2 years ago, 3 years ago is not worth what it is today. So that means that project's increased, and we've seen that specifically with the HVAC project, right? So with the language that Councilor Hausman's presenting in the spirit of it, I think we've all discussed, is what we're looking for is just better communication to the council from the administration on when we appropriate this money to the council, when we appropriate to the administration, we at that point have washed our hands and said, it's you guys take care of it. We're no longer being updated, as I think it should be the right of the council to know about these things. We get questions from our constituents, as you guys as well. So I think really that, for me, it looks as if the spirit of this is just simply to have a better communication between the administration and the council. And maybe it will require us as councilors to maybe call you guys more in front of us every 6 months. I mean, I know we have that under the charter and we're allowed to do that. So I just want to just kind of make the statement is, I agree with what Councilor Hausman's saying in regards to the language and what it's, at least I think, is trying to be accomplished. I just don't know if this is necessarily the best way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rotundo. Any other comments or questions from members of the council in this public hearing? Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. And if it's appropriate, I would certainly be interested in hearing from Solicitor Williams if she's had the time to put some thoughts together regarding the points that Mr. Perry spoke to about other municipalities taking advantage of this mechanism.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney. I see that Solicitor Williams is at the podium. It seems that she's willing to speak to that. Thank you, Solicitor, for being here.
You're welcome. Good evening. So I did receive, or this arrived in my email box yesterday afternoon at 3. I know it was filed 2.5 weeks ago or so, so I haven't had a ton of time to review and analyze it. So I want to proceed with caution with my comments because I'm just hearing counselors' thoughts on it. And, when a counselor sends an order like this to me, that in my experience signals to me that there may be a question in their own mind about whether or not this is something that they can do under the charter. And I'm hearing tonight valid concerns about wanting information. I don't think anybody in the administration would debate or dispute or not want to provide that information. So I would hope ultimately that the council and the administration can come to some sort of arrangement where the council is getting regularly the information it needs or that it would like to see with respect to money for projects, appropriations it's made for projects. Because when we start talking about the charter, usually everybody in the room is relatively unhappy with, what I have to say. So as far as Mr. Perry's comments, you asked me specifically about those. I thought I heard Mr. Perry say that it's not unusual in certain situations at the state level, but he doesn't, or it is unusual on the local municipal level. In the 10 years I've been doing this, we certainly haven't done it here in Beverly. In my interactions with colleagues and on my listserv and the things I read and, keep up to speed on, I have not seen anything about appropriation orders having this kind of condition. And I think one thing that hasn't really been highlighted in this order is that it's in addition to requesting a written report every 3 months, it says no funds authorized by this order shall be expended. by the finance director or the city accountant if this condition is not met. So it's more than just requesting information. And so I do think, as Mr. Ailes spoke to before, as a practical matter, when we enter into a contract, funds are committed, and there's a certification that money is available to compensate vendors under the contract. The order goes on to say that said reports shall include a statement of a project scope and benchmarks for the previous and next 3 months. Further, the reporting deadline may vary up to 15 calendar days. So, I think there are just practical questions about what does it mean to not expend funds? Does that mean if somebody's already done work during the first 90 days and we get an invoice that we can't pay them if for some reason the report hasn't been submitted? What if there's an issue about the content of the report? So I do think, to sort of go back to another comment Mr. Perry made tonight, both branches of government always need to be conscious about staying in their lanes. And I don't think asking for information is not being in the council's lane. I think it is. However, I will say that the charter does speak to how the council, there's a process for the council requesting and receiving information. And usually the council doesn't even need to resort to the formal process, but there is a formal process under Section 2-7 of the charter that requires city officers and agencies to appear before the council to answer questions. My experience is that with notice, department heads and the mayor are more than willing to informally come in and speak to or answer questions that the council has. I'd also point out that under the charter, the mayor, as chief procurement officer, has responsibility for all phases of contract administration. And I think I may have heard one or two of you tonight, and even Mr. Perry, say, once the money is appropriated for a project, it's up to the administration, it's up to the chief executive to make sure, and to be the project, oversight, project manager through departments, and to make sure that that gets done. It's not within the purview of the city council to do that, and I don't really think you want it to be your job. I mean, we hear, you have day jobs, we know that, we hear that, right? Like, so, what are you gonna do with the information? Because the other thing I'm not hearing or reading in this order is that it's going to do anything to change the trajectory of the project. I mean, if in fact we did go this route in filing reports, it could be, budget is on budget, on time, everything proceeding according to scope of work. It could also say over budget, behind schedule due to supply chain delays. Well, that doesn't defund the project. So nothing in this order can de-appropriate the money. And so it seems to me to be maybe not the best mechanism to get whatever information the council wants on any given project about what's happening. And, we have a wide variety of capital projects. From this one seems relatively, financially on the small end, up to millions and tens of millions of dollars. So I do think this raises concerns under our charter. The state government is not governed, it's not our charter, right? So everything is very specific to the delegation of powers under our charter, and I don't know what the state legislature, what authority they rely on to condition this, and I'm not aware that other cities or towns do it. So without having to get into a formal analysis of the charter and have to render some sort of definitive opinion, I think it definitely raises concerns about drifting into the chief executive's lane a little bit. So I'm hoping that folks can find a way to obtain the information they need without going to what this seems to be like somewhat of an extreme.
Thank you, Solicitor.
Sure.
I need to pause us here because we're past the point that we should have reopened the hearing on Order 17. So I would like to pick that one up and entertain a motion to recess it to 8:30. And I'd like us to try to stick within this time frame. I know we have people waiting to speak, some resident speakers, but also I do think we want to get to our next hearing. So entertain a motion to recess to 8:30 on Order 17. All those in favor? Thank you. And so then we will pick back up with Order 73. Counselor Houseman, I saw your hand, and then Counselor Bowen.
I did assume the earliest possible moment when I distributed it. And I think it's appropriate for the, for that analysis to be done. Secondly, I would say that if the complication, although I, support it because I wrote it, if the complication is one which relates to freezing funds, if the condition is not met, you could strike that sentence, and this language would still stand as, without sort of a hammer, if you will, hanging over the issue of the appropriation, and still would have the administration report to us as part of an approval. Also, I would say that my notion in submitting this is that this could, if the council so decided, use this language or some variation of this language, whether it's with that sentence about suspending funding or not, as a template for future projects, not simply this project. This is sort of, if you will, a pilot suggestion to use this order as a basis for suggesting some kind of template like that. Secondly, I would say that it's entirely in our lane and probably our responsibility as a council to exercise oversight. It's not that we would, and we certainly have no authority to change what the administration does, but I think I would just use the library HVAC system as an example. Personally, I feel like myself and the public were blindsided by such a long period of time going and a change of a project going from whatever it was, I think 2 million or 3 million in the beginning, up to what is presently suggested at 14 million. This council went all that period of time without getting any kind of input from the administration, and I guess I would use the word blindsided. This is a vehicle to see that we're simply kept in the loop. And I'm not wedded to any particular language there, and I'm not necessarily wedded to the condition about suspending money. But I do think that is, as a policy matter, our responsibility, and certainly, if not our responsibility, certainly as a policy matter, within our purview, to simply get regular reports from the administration. That has not been happening. And to think that, I think the administration, generally speaking, has always told us they would keep us in the loop. But just based upon my lived experience, I don't think that's been the case. So I just see this as a way, a not particularly intrusive way, because as I said, these kind of reports, I'm sure, are being produced anyway, and if they're not, they should be produced internally by the administration. And Mr. Ailes has already suggested that would not be a burden to provide that language. So this is just a way of putting in writing the understanding that the administration has verbally committed to the council without always delivering on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Bowen.
Thank you. I appreciate the thinking there, and would be willing, I think, in theory, to support some form of including a statement like that with our appropriation orders. I think it may be difficult for this one to get that language right, but very open to continuing that conversation and finding a way to do it. Another thing I think could be one of the tools at our disposal for this particular request is to say, we're comfortable approving $67,000 for a well-scoped project with a timeline and bids in. And we will be ready to approve a transfer of $83,000 if and when there are similar project scopes, timelines, and sense of accountability, and or just informally say, we'll be ready to do that when we hear an update on the tennis court project. Do have a question, though, about sort of those other park improvements and the mechanism there. So it's moving from a recreation enterprise fund to a park improvement fund. We heard about the balance of the recreation enterprise fund it would be leaving. I'm curious about the balance of the park improvement fund that it would be going to, and sort of what the benefit is to flexibility for staff or otherwise to make that transfer at this point, and potentially what the cost would be of not moving that portion of the money right now.
Mr. Ailes?
Sure. Unfortunately, I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but I can tell you if, when we made the transfer, geez, it was probably, I'm looking to Mr. Perry, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, we did a similar transfer that facilitated a number of park improvement, mostly like playground equipment and things like that that were upgraded and needed replacements. And it provided kind of more timely flexibility for the rec staff to address needs as they arose, as opposed to coming back before the council, setting a public hearing, waiting 2 weeks, then you order the equipment, then it takes a while to come in. So it's really about condensing some of those smaller repair needs and playground needs as they arise. But because that was 5 years ago or so, the balance in that fund has got to be close to nothing. Otherwise, Mr. Doig would be looking to that to fill some of these voids.
Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. If I may, just an update that we got on a number of capital funds listed a general playground equipment
Okay.
that had a balance, at least as of spring of last year, of $75,853. Is that likely the project fund we're talking about?
Without seeing the fund number, I can't say. We got about 700 funds in the city. But I will also say that depending upon how the project, the report was run, whether it was on a cash basis or an available balance basis, that's an important aspect to that. So it could be that those funds may be cash in the account, but they may be obligated under a PO for some existing equipment that may be coming in. I don't know. We can get you an update on that account if you'd like.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Feldman.
Yes. Thank you. I think that I appreciate the spirit, again, that Councilor Hausman has brought this forward. I don't think putting more limitation, I'm comfortable with what we have now in terms of oversight and the ability to bring people before us to speak to a project on any timeline that we so kind of desire now. I agree also with Councilor Rotundo that I think this is a little bit reactionary to the library HVAC project, which I completely understand. And I agree with Councilor Rotundo that this is kind of a lesson in terms of us being more maybe on the ball on projects in our wards, in our area, that we should be asking for more frequent updates for. So I don't agree with putting more limitations and red tape. I appreciate the spirit of this and I want to move forward in that, but I also think we should approve these funds and would kind of, I think right now, I think this type of contingency should be a much bigger discussion, and I don't think it should be attached to this public hearing right now as a pilot. That's my summary conclusion. I think we should have a motion to vote on these funds. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Feldman. Councilor St. Hilaire, and then Councilor Sweeney.
Yeah, I'll be quick, Madam President. Just want to echo Councilor Feldman. I would ask my colleagues here to couple this larger discussion about accountability and financial oversight with Order 73. This is a long-term need, as Councilor Bowen pointed out. There's multiple funding sources. This is the last piece of the puzzle, and I've been pretty close on this, and it needs to get done. So, wouldn't want to hold this up any further.
Thank you, Councilor St. Hilaire. Councilor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. I, to be quick, agree with the sentiments expressed by many of my colleagues. and the spirit of Councilor Houseman's proposal, though I may disagree with the specific vehicle and mechanism, I do want to say that, to the point that Solicitor Williams made, while we have the ability as a council to call officials before us for questioning, I would like to encourage the administration to make use of more regular reports in writing to the council with regards to these ongoing projects. I want to specifically commend the engineering department. They've made this a regular practice. It's been a huge help for us to have that quick summary of an ongoing project in addition to formal conversation within our council meetings. And so I'll just make that request now, that I would certainly encourage the administration to make a more regular practice of quick written updates to the council on these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Sweeney. I want to be mindful, I don't see that there are any names added to the list for public speakers in this public hearing, but are there members of the public who wish to speak in the public hearing on Order 73? So if you would begin with your name and address for the record. We'll have Vice President Crowley as our timekeeper, Councilor Crowley, and you have up to 3 minutes for public comment on pertaining to the transfer for the $150,000.
No, just quickly, I just wanted to second Perry's remark about the importance of transparency in government, and just encourage Council President Flowers to demand that of all individuals, including your fellow councilmen and councilwomen. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much.
On this matter regarding the $500,000, and it applies across government.
And did you start with your name? Okay, never mind. Ms. Kent has your name and address for the record. Thank you.
For the record, it's now as before, Paul Hanson Matev, 25 Vine Street, Ward 6, represented by St. Hilaire and the 3 councilmen.
Thank you very much. Were there any other members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing on Order number 73 this evening? Councilor Houseman, we have time for one final comment.
Yeah. Up this, thank you. But I understand what my colleagues are saying about not wanting to hold up this order. I do support this order. I do think it should move forward with or without this, suggested language. And I agree, it's part of a larger discussion. And this is, an opportunity that I took to launch that discussion, if you will. The only other comment I would add, because I know we have a couple of minutes before this is over, is that I recall very early in my tenure as a counselor wanting to have Chief LaLasher come in and ask general questions, just sort of open-ended discussion and public services when I was chair at that time. And was informed that that was not going to happen, and that I would have to submit in writing very specific questions, and when the chief came in, his answers would only be to the written questions, and there would be no follow-up questions that we could ask after the chief replied to the specific written requests that I was made, and that I had to follow very strictly to the format of as provided by the charter. So while it is true that the charter provides for the council to be able to have, general discussions about what's going on, it is not always a perfect vehicle, shall we say, to elicit information that you're looking for. And I guess I would sort of leave it at that. I don't really want to be, as a counselor, to have to sort of keep on top of these things. It is the administration's job to keep on top of these things. So I don't think it's too much to sort of ask to be kept in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will close this public hearing, refer this matter back to the Subcommittee on Finance and Property for further action. And it is 8:30, so we will reopen the continued public hearing on Order number 17. Councilors, I am aware that we have 3 members of the public who signed up to speak as resident speakers this evening. I'd entertain a motion to recess this hearing till 8:45 so that we can take those speakers, and if they want to stay, they can, but they can also be free to go. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. So we'll pick this up at 8:45. We will go to our resident speakers. As people may have heard me say, there are 3 spots available at any of our regular council meetings for resident speakers. Each spot is up to 5 minutes to address the council. It is not back and forth question and answer, so you won't hear conversation from the council the way that you might at other moments, but it is an opportunity for residents to come and to speak to the council. You can sign up for these spots by contacting the city clerk no later than 9:30 the morning of the meeting. If the 3 spots are already filled, it is first come, first serve. The city clerk will let folks know when the next available meeting slot is at that point. So let's go to our first speaker signed up. This is Bonnie Jamison. So you can go ahead to the podium. And thank you to all 3 of the speakers who are signed up. I know you've been waiting with us quite a bit. Thank you for your patience.
Well, it's kind of interesting.
I'm glad it's kind of been interesting. You heard me say Vice President Crowley serves as our timekeeper, so he will keep the time for 5 minutes. If you hear his timer go off, if you just would draw your remarks to a close at that point.
This will be quick.
Well, please, go ahead. If you would begin with your name and address for the record, too. I'm sorry.
Bonnie Jansen, 140 Rantoul Street, number 410.
Thank you.
And so being new here, and I came the beginning of September, there were lots of trees in bloom and everything, and lots of branches covering street signs that nobody ever got to. And so once I got on the highway, started to get on the highway the wrong way, thank God somebody honked their horn, and I was able to correct. But it was because I couldn't read the stupid signs. So if that's one thing. And another thing is I was getting lost a lot because there are a lot of side street signs, but there are hardly any like Main Street. Like, in other words, I'm just using Rantoul Street, and let's say, I might know some of the names of the streets now, like Dane Street and Federal Street, and go all the way down, and I never see Rantoul again, so I don't even know where I am, especially, Rantoul isn't bad, but especially if it's curving, and I'm going, oh great, now where am I? But I suppose I could use my phone and do GPS. But the next thing is a fun thing. I think maybe I'm going to show. Is the mayor still here? No, he's not. No? Okay. So where I came from, they had a pen that you could pick up at the libraries, and if you click it, this says, the name of the library and the number. Then you click it again, Goodyear Cares and a number, code compliance and a number, recreation office, telephone number, neighborhood services, telephone number, police department non-emergency number, and then it goes through all the numbers. That's great. So it's kind of, I don't know who you propose these things to, but I thought it would be kind of fun to propose it to somebody if you could use these pens and put them in the libraries. Well, anybody want to see it?
If we have a chance, we'll take a recess and we can
Okay.
take a look at it. But
That's it.
thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And thank you again for your patience staying with us through the duration. Appreciate it. And Mayor Cahill is back in the room if you wanted to have a chance. I know you wanted to show him the pen as well. He's back in the room. Right over here. Yeah. Mr. Mayor, could you wave? Our resident speaker was just looking for where you're. Okay. Our next speaker will go to Dina Davidian. And if you would also begin with your name and address for the record, and then.
It's Dina Davidian, 2 Elmtop Lane, Beverly.
Thank you. And then you also have up to 5 minutes. If you hear Councilor Crowley's timer, if you would just draw your remarks to a close at that point.
Okay, good evening to everybody. It saddens me to stand here today I'm a resident of Beverly for more than 35 years. All 4 of my children were raised in Beverly and attended Beverly schools. All of them attended UMass universities, public universities. We all love Beverly and its people. We know we have made the right choice to make Beverly our home. We also have even our business in downtown Beverly where we welcome all. My family is part of Temple B'nai Abraham in Beverly. Our Jewish community cherishes the values of Tikkun Olam, which translates to repair and improvement of the world. Be a good person, as we say, be a mensch. My temple is active in social justice, feeding the hungry, and you name it. We are proud to be part of the general Beverly community. Unfortunately, lately my family does not feel safe. We see and feel the rise of anti-Semitism. My Jewish community is under attack. That's how we feel. Jewish students in too many universities are not safe and are threatened, mistreated, and their voices are silenced. Jewish symbols are being taken off public places even during Jewish holidays. Some are vandalized with no repercussion. In the name of teaching critical thinking, young students at schools as young as 6th grade and maybe younger are exposed to one-sided convictions and political views about the Israeli-Palestinian subject, sometimes accompanied by gruesome pictures and pieces of movies that are not suitable to the students' young age, which have no place at schools. And as I know, it happened also here in Beverly, unfortunately. This is brought into classrooms as unregulated supplemental information with no peer reviews by teachers or principals. I am trying yet to find out if this is happening as we speak in Beverly schools, as it did take place in the past, so far with no luck. I was informed by the assistant superintendent that such supplemental information, if brought into classrooms, only needs to be self-evaluated by the teacher and no one else. This is concerning that there is no oversight of material that is brought in by teachers outside the state's framework. This brings only hatred and tension between the students. Ultimately, it promotes anti-Semitism behavior. I am sure our students can be taught critical thinking and leadership in other ways and other topics. We have enough of other topics. Beverly Public Schools and the city of Beverly prides themselves on diversity, equity, inclusive, but when it comes to Jews and Israeli descent, we feel that we are ignored. We need programs that will bring awareness to what's going on around the community and around the country in regards to anti-Semitism and how to combat it. I have brought this up to the assistant superintendent with no response yet. We did have a talk, but then we left it like she was supposed. I thought that she was supposed to get back to us, but she didn't. We are celebrating our holidays and services at the temple, accompanied by police. You're invited to come and see for yourself. Thank you to all the policemen that were there for us for the last few years. We invested in special security, took special training. Each teacher took special training. We even trained the kids in the event of an attack on the building. During our services, small or large, we have assigned people with emergency response buttons which are sitting in the corridor. We are a community that lives under stress, fear, intimidation, and lately we are not allowed to speak free and make our voices vocal as we should be able to. We are witnessing violence against Jewish people. Houses of worship and Jewish centers are around America. Just yesterday, a temple was set on fire. A Jewish dentist was murdered for being Jewish. All these issues highlight that we need law and order. I urge you to come up with city guidelines on anti-Semitism and hate crimes and violent protest. We don't want to be surprised, and I know that you adopted, anti-Semitism definition, but you need teeth. You need to know what, if somebody will do something, what will happen. We need to have preemptive responses and consequences for such actions. There is no excuse for violent and destructive behavior in our town or in our country or in the world. Everybody can speak and should speak in a democracy. We are not Russia or whatever country we are. And another thing, I want everybody to be assured that I see all the children of the world. I see the Jewish children, I see the Palestine children, and I see the Israeli children, and I see the Syrian children, all the children of the world, everybody. This kid was kidnapped. He was 9 months, and I see him too, and I want everybody to see him like I see others. And then maybe we'll have a little bit of peace.
Thank you, Ms. Davidian. And thank you to you as well. I know, like our first speaker, you've been waiting with us throughout the meeting, and so thank you for your patience and for waiting for this opportunity to speak. We do have one other speaker who has signed up to speak in this resident speaker spot. Shimon Sofer is not here. Okay, thank you. With that, I would entertain a motion then to take a 5-minute recess. All those in favor? We'll come back from our 5-minute recess and we'll pick up with our public hearing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much, everyone. Call the full council back to order. Thanks again to our resident speakers and for their patience as they sat through the beginning of our meeting. We appreciate that. We are picking up our public hearing on order number 17. This is the order that is the request for an appropriation for the proposed HVAC upgrades to the Beverly Public Library main branch. This is a continuation of the public hearing on this order, and this public hearing will be continued again from this evening to allow for us to have the opportunity for further discussion and to hear from more members of the public as well. So we are going to begin with a brief presentation from the mayor and his team. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And then I'd like to go to any members of the public at that point who have also been waiting. And then I think we'll set an end time for this evening in the sake of transparency for everyone, knowing that we're going to continue it as well. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Madam President. Thanks, everybody. Couple quick things, and then I want to ask some of our team members to share. One, I've spoken with everybody on the council at some length in recent weeks about this project, and I appreciate the time you've been able to make to have those conversations with me. It's clear to me, in a lot of ways, at a lot of levels, that we should have been before you long before this, on this project. We should have had the kind of check-ins that you were discussing in the last public hearing a few minutes ago. And just to cut kind of through it all, we are very much interested in kind of learning and very much interested in kind of in a regular way coming before you and doing project updates. So just want to make sure you know that I am really like-minded with you all at this point. I think it never was our intent not to, be forthcoming and share things. So we'll just work at trying to do it better with you as we go forward. That said, I want to call up Paul Banks from B2Q, who is our architectural design firm, Larry Lassard from Achieve Renewable Energies, who is our firm on the Geo Wells, and Commissioner Collins, to answer some of the questions that you posed at the last meeting. And in Commissioner Collins' instance, Councilor Rotundo, to answer the question you posed to me earlier today about the police station project. So if you three folks could come on up, maybe one at a time is fine. Just share succinctly what you've got. Thanks.
Sure. Where is Amit? Can you get that slide up, Amit? Good evening. As the mayor said, I'm Paul Banks. I'm one of the principals, one of the founders at B2Q, consulting engineering firm that worked on the original study and is now working on the design. I'm also a resident of Ward 6, so I'm a Beverly resident as well. So we were asked to look at the life expectancy of the various options. And so we reference an industry standard, ASHRAE, which is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, publishes life expectancies for different systems, and we have them, presented up here. The multi-zone rooftop unit is the in-kind replacement, so that would be 15 years that it would be expected to be in duty before it needed to be replaced. The boilers are 25 years. The VAV boxes that are part of the existing air handling system at the library today is 20 years. The water source heat pumps, which are connected to the ground loop, their life expectancy is 19 years. And the ground heat exchanger that will be exchanging the energy with the earth and the building systems is 50 to 100 years. Air source heat pumps, which are very similar to the air-cooled rooftop equipment that would be the in-kind replacement, is 15 years. So you can see that there's a difference between the water source heat pumps that we are proposing as the preferred option of, roughly about 25% additional life expectancy. And the primary reason for that is that the other systems have components to reject heat to the atmosphere. So they're either entirely outside on the roof, or they have part of the system is outside. So it's, it's subject to the environmental conditions of our weather, and so it brings the life expectancy down. We could go to the next slide. So we were also asked at the last meeting to present the information related to the maintenance costs, the annual maintenance costs. And if you look down on the bottom table in the very first column next to the options, these are annual maintenance costs that we put together, sort of with consultation from the equipment vendors and discussions with Consigli and talking with Mike Collins about maintenance. And then we check them against a annual maintenance cost per square foot that is put together by ASHRAE, the same organization that does the useful life analysis. So you can see that in that bottom part of the table, that the in-kind replacement and the air source heat pumps are very, very similar maintenance costs. They're essentially the same type of equipment. The air source heat pumps with the boilers being a little bit higher. The distributed ground source heat pump system that we're recommending would have the highest annual maintenance costs, primarily because we're using a distributed heat pump to get better zoning in the building, so there's more pieces of equipment than the other options. So, there's more filters to maintain. There may be, there's just a higher maintenance cost. What else? So, when we take a look at the top table, the total replacement cost was put together by B2Q and Consigli, the construction manager on the project. And if you take the total replacement cost and you divide it by the average life, expected useful life of the system, you can get a benchmark for equivalent cost per year that would basically need to be accrued if you wanted to accrue over time to replace the systems. And because of the shorter life of the in-kind and the air source heat pumps, you can see that the equivalent cost per year is a little bit higher than what we're recommending. So hopefully that answers your questions.
Thanks, Paul. Larry?
Madam President, I don't have any slides, but I have some show and tell that I could hand to the council.
Please. Oh, thank you. I'm grateful to have this.
I
Guess I'll pass it this
A
way.
little bit like chopsticks, that's right. So at the last meeting, I believe it was Councilor Sweeney had some questions about the life expectancy of the ground loop as opposed, the ground heat exchanger as opposed to the,
Council, say who
Councilor Sweeney had questions regarding the life expectancy of the underground heat exchanger versus the interior components. And I brought the example because that's a section of pipe similar to what would be in the boring. And that pipe is set in a steel casing, a 6-inch steel pipe between the surface and bedrock, and then is in an open bedrock hole after that. The boring is then filled with a mixture of clay and graphite, so that pipe is in a very stable condition. We don't have specific examples of the life expectancy of vertical closed loop systems, but there have been a number of studies done on high-density polyethylene pipe used in water supply and drainage. And those studies have shown that the useful life of the high-density polyethylene is 100 or more years. So the ground heat exchanger would last through many cycles of replacement of interior equipment. And did that answer your question, Counselor?
Thank you. So that certainly helped to clarify the explanation that was provided in the initial set of additional materials that we got, stating how much longer the lifespan of the ground loop and some of the key components that differentiate a geothermal heating system from an alternative system. My question still, and I don't want to jump ahead too far, so if this is covered later in the presentation, we can leave the question be. On this particular subject is, I'm looking at numbers for total replacement costs that show the in-kind gas system is the cheapest to replace, comparatively speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I would think part of the sell for why the city should pursue this geothermal option is that these type of component pieces are a big chunk of the initial installation cost that is so much more expensive than just installing a new in-kind gas system,
Mm-hmm.
and that then don't need to be replaced, so that if there is a council here 30 years from now looking at how to deal with replacement equipment at the library, they would not be replacing 100% of the system at 18 million times, 30 years worth of inflation, but they would be replacing 50% of the system, or 25 or 70, whatever that percentage is, versus potentially needing to replace 100% of the gas system at 30 years of inflation times the cost of the gas system that we're looking at in front of us. I think, to me, and I can, get further into my comments overall, but to me, that's one of a few key pieces that I'm looking to evaluate when reviewing this proposal, is that the reality is the gas system is cheaper to install than the geothermal. So where are those savings made up in terms of replacing the system 30 years from now, or energy cost savings, or some of these other things that we really haven't looked into too much detail yet at this point in the process?
Right, and that goes beyond what I'm here to respond to. I was here to respond to your question about the length of time that the ground heat exchanger can be expected to last.
And that's a helpful piece of information, so I appreciate that.
All right.
I think I can clarify one part of that for you, is that, the costs that are presented up here are for the HVAC equipment in or on the building. So the ground source heat exchanger is not in there because it's expected to last 50 to 100 years.
So maybe a question I have, and whether or not it's something that can be answered now or information that's provided later, as it sounds this may be a conversation that continues. Can you frame the entirety of what it would cost to replace the gas system, which I believe is the cost in front of us? So I'm assuming that if we would have to do this all over again 30 years from now with a gas system, what are we looking at 30 years from now in terms of replacement for a geothermal system if some of the core components are going to last us 50-plus years?
Well, that's a great question, and, it speaks to the magnitude of these numbers, which are considerably less than what this overall project entails. So we're not, this represents equipment replacement. 30 years from now, there may be other components of the system that need to be replaced like they do today, that add to the costs. So there may be, a need to update all the direct digital controls again. There may be other components of the building that need to be addressed for new code issues, new safety issues. So I understand your question. It's just difficult to predict what the replacement's going to be 20 or 30 years from now. It's dependent upon so many different issues. So we tried to just categorize it in the different, for the different options. What is the equipment cost? What would it be to replace the equipment?
Okay, that's helpful.
Okay.
Maybe the comment I'll leave for the administration, whether it's addressed now or later, is based on this information, I don't necessarily see the benefit financially that would close what is either a $1.8 million gap in the net cost of the project to the city if all federal IRA fundings are achieved as we had been presented a couple of weeks ago, if the in-kind gas system is actually cheaper to replace and cost less in maintaining. If that makes sense, I can maybe restate the question to be more concise.
I'm going to just keep going here.
Okay.
Because I think when we're done, you may have different numbers in your head.
Okay.
Than what you just said aloud.
Thank you.
Counselor, but I do want to say, what'd you call that? The heat exchanger? Yeah, the ground heat exchanger, so you know, because I had to learn this, it's all the pipes. I thought it was another piece of equipment, right, Larry? It's all the pipes, because that's what is exchanging. It's the well field outside, vertical, it's the horizontal is into the building. So that's when Larry speaks to that. And that's what they're saying, 50 to 100. The materials used the materials used to make the pipes are going to last. Okay? The point about gas, I think we all need to look ahead and anticipate that future building codes eventually aren't going to allow gas. And there may be a point where either the city is required or chooses in the future not to run a gas system if one were put in place until it can't go anymore for a lot of other reasons. But I'm going to ask Commissioner Collins to touch on the police station piece.
Sure, thanks for indulging me for a little bit here. Just to touch on this chart a little bit, just as this phrase goes, your mileage may vary, and it's very difficult, as Mr. Banks was saying, there's so many variables involved. It's very difficult to come up with something that can anticipate all of those variables that might occur over the next 20 years. So this is an imperfect look at how future maintenance might go, future replacement might go, but the same imperfect lens is looking at each option equally. So this is relative to each other. They're true, but the actual numbers are a lot harder to predict. And one of the things that was shared with us is we looked at a 27-year life cycle cost. And somebody asked, on our team, where did 27 years come from? Well, it comes from the original calculations were done in 2023, and the year 2050 is 27 years in the future. And 2050 is when the grid, the electrical supply grid, is supposed to achieve its very green and renewable status. Whether or not it does in 2050, we don't know, but that's why 27 years. And one artifact of that 27-year timeline is on that annual cost comparison. Paul shared with us that the in-kind replacement needs a boiler replacement just after that, so that gives an unfair leg up to the in-kind system. But in fairness, in looking through it at the same imperfect lens, we had to keep all of the facts true for each option. But in full disclosure, there would be an in-kind boiler replacement just after that 27-year period, where if that would factor it in, then it would blow up that option completely, and it would not look nearly as favorable. And we also, this makes it seem like in 19 years, we're going to start replacing ground source heat pumps. what we're doing right now is we're replacing a system, and in the future, we're going to replace components. The components, like with the in-kind, you're replacing a large piece of it. But in the future, the individual components that we're replacing are typically these individual heat pumps, which are about the size of a dorm fridge, maybe a little taller. They're very small, they're very easy, and they're not all gonna die at 19 years in a day. They're gonna run into trouble a little bit at a time, and we'll replace them one at a time, probably as part of annual maintenance, or as had happened with LED technology, you see at some point it becomes economically viable to replace everything all at once, because some technology for heat pumps is going to become so much more efficient. The ground source will never, that's Stone Age technology, that's physics, that'll never change. But the heat pumps are only going to get better as refrigerants get better. Someday in the future, they're trying to develop where the refrigerant is actually CO2, which would solve two problems for us. But that's still some ways off for commercial viability. So that technology is only going to get better and more efficient. Like I said, we might look at it and say, oh, these 20-some-odd heat pumps, we should just go in and replace them because they're going to save so much more energy. One of the major takeaways I'd like to just remind myself with this project, it was visiting one of Larry Lassard's projects that really convinced me of the magic of heat pumps, whereas with the current system, the best you're ever going to do is about 95% of the energy we put in comes back to us in the form of heat. When we start talking about heat pumps, we're starting to talk about 300, 400, 500% return on that energy. There's a little bit of magic happening inside of a heat pump. And when we go ground source, where instead of using an air source heat pump, we're trying to get rid of that heat to the air. The ground it's another layer of magic on top of that. And I always try to equate that with, if you take your hand out of your glove when it's 30 degrees out, it's cold, but it's survivable for a while. You put your hand in 30-degree water, you can't sustain that for more than maybe 10, 15 seconds before the pain overwhelms you. That's how much better water it is at transferring heat than air. That same technology applies here. In general, that ground source is a bulletproof component of it. We seem to have found the only weakness ever in talking to both Larry, who has over 1,000 wells under his belt, and Consigli, who has a few more thousand wells under their belt. They've never heard of the problems that we've had at the police station. And just to be clear, what you have there is the bottom of the well. And so there's pipe just like that. That's the piece that's going to end up 500 feet down in the bottom of the well. And that pipe continues straight up to the surface. And when it gets about 5 feet below the surface, the two pipes there make a bend, a 90-degree bend, and head for the building. They join up with other pipes, and they get bigger and bigger as it goes towards the building. Again, as Larry said, the way we get down to bedrock, and when in the business of drilling wells, we want bedrock. That's a good thing. I know that's a question that a lot of people had. We want to see bedrock because it's easier to drill through. It's a known quantity, whereas you drill through dirt, the hole wants to keep collapsing on you. So we have a steel casing that brings us down to bedrock, and the bedrock takes it from there. And the police station, what happened to us is where the pipe makes the 90-degree bends, 5 feet below the surface. The contractor that installed it didn't leave enough clearance between that 90-degree bend and the top of the steel pipe, and we started to notice some problems with some air in our system, which upon further testing, we felt that there was a leak in the outside system. When we convinced our project team, they came back out, they dug a hole, they found a leak, they found a couple of more since then, and so in asking around, like, how common is that of a problem? Again, Larry's never seen it. He had one instance of a single well at a residential installation that had to be replaced, but never a commercial well. And the same thing with our general contractor, W.T. Rich, who has been fantastic at the police station. So we've had some issues with it, but it hasn't cost the city any money. And it didn't, the amazing thing about the geothermal is that even though we've had some wells that were not serviceable for periods of time, and some of those periods of time, the outdoor air temperature was minus 15 degrees. Inside the building, nobody ever knew. I was the only one, and some of my staff were the only ones that knew, because we had to make some remedial efforts. But the system continued to perform flawlessly, even at minus 15 degrees air temperature. So we are the lucky recipients of what I would call a workmanship error on the police station wells, which apparently is unheard of in the industry and very easy to avoid. And we definitely will not be making the same mistakes again. It was nothing that we did, but it seems to be something that, again, I can't say enough about the general contractor, our construction managers, W.T. Rich, who have taken full ownership now 3 years after construction, and they're still out there. They'll be out there over the coming weeks doing some more testing for us to make sure that the technology we paid for is fully serviceable. So it can go wrong, but the good news is it doesn't go wrong at 500 feet. You don't have to get crazy. The things that go wrong are typically very shallow and apparently almost unheard of in the industry. We are the only place that it seems to have happened. And so I would isolate that down to pretty much the individual crew. Just an oversight.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know members of the council, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, was that the end of the sort of presentation portion?
Trying to be quick. Want to give you just a bit of an update on the IRA, the elective or direct pay that we're counting on to help fund this project. As I was able to tell some of you in conversation about a week and a half, well, about almost 2 weeks ago, the U.S. Treasury came out with final guidance on direct pay, which we've been waiting for and talked with you about in the past. Been waiting for it since last August, so it's finally here. The team at Deloitte, who we retained, dug in hard to this, and they were able to confirm through their work that our project is eligible for at least a 40% credit, meaning 40% of eligible costs. And that would come to just about 4.3 million, which is what we've been talking about. So we weren't really, we weren't off in any way in how we were calculating it before bringing them on board. What remains as a wild card is the one piece, or a piece, that Treasury hasn't gotten sorted yet, is how to deal with domestic content. There's something in the legislation that gives credit for and eventually requires domestic content for materials, goods, component parts, equipment. There was a lot of feedback to U.S. Treasury in terms of the challenges in getting access to domestic content, domestically manufactured, et cetera. So point is, we don't know yet, but we're not counting on that. And without that extra 10% of a credit, we're at roughly 4.3 million. That credit could be worth up to another $1 million. We may or may not qualify for it. We're waiting on Treasury to give further guidance. They're trying to sort it. And we're going to work hard to try to fulfill or try to meet that requirement if given the opportunity. There was a concern expressed by more than one of you that, hey, are we out here on our own going after elective or direct pay? Is this a pipe dream or is this real? So Deloitte sent us 4 documents, RFPs that different governmental bodies put out that they've responded to. So this is all public record. And just to give you a sense, Massport put out an RFP in November of last year looking for help, looking for somebody to come in and do the tax work on Inflation Reduction Act 2022, assist with identifying federal and state funding opportunities, apply to certain eligible capital investments as it relates to Massport's net zero strategy. SUNY New York, State University System of New York, the goal is to obtain reimbursement under the direct pay provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act related to energy efficiency and clean energy primarily. So these are big governmental entities that are only eligible because of the IRA. And just so you don't worry that this is only happening in Northeast blue states, Miami-Dade County is committed to seeking federal and state financial benefits to provide saving opportunities for the design, planning, and implementation of resilience-related projects across Miami-Dade. And supporting deployment of certain types of resilience, energy, electricity, and energy infrastructure, as well as electric vehicles. So again, direct pay. Timpanogos, if I pronounced it right, this is a sewage district in Utah. So again, a governmental entity, and they also put out an RFP. They're specifically looking to build anaerobic digestion on site and looking for the direct pay tax credit. I want to ask, if I could, very quickly, the Consigli team and Larry to come back up and just share a couple of other institutions, organizations that they're working with and know are going full speed ahead on clean energy projects, anticipating earning the IRA direct pay tax credit.
Hi, good evening, councilors. My name is Mary Beth Bigelow. I'm the pre-construction manager on this project, and I focus primarily on energy projects. I've actually taken upon myself at Consigli internally. I've researched a lot about the IRA, so I'm really excited about this project and the opportunity it can bring to the town with the incentives you could receive. Right now, I'm working with at least 6 different entities, just like you, tax-exempt entities expecting direct pay, and they're all municipalities or higher ed, working in wanting to do geothermal well systems as like you all, excuse me. And so we're working through that right now. And then I do have, it's called a thermal energy storage tank. So it's a large water tank that distributes chilled water throughout a campus just north of here. And we're actually in the middle of that. So we're actually tracking all the labor and the construction that's happening right now. So this project's actually a little bit ahead of the rest of the projects I'm working at. All the other projects I'm working on are just like this, where they're in the planning, the beginning phases of the project. That one is about 6 months into construction with about 7 more months to go. So we're actually working with their controller as well as their tax consultant and trying to get everything moved ahead and having them apply by the end of the fall for their direct pay. So that one's a little bit ahead of the curve. And then I'm actually working with 2 different larger higher ed institutions on master plans. So these are master plans that'll take many years, over 10 years to implement, and we're all looking at this IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and what this means. So that as they plan forward, they're looking into how can we use this incentive, what are we gonna do? So we're looking at all the different opportunities, whether that be geothermal system like this, solar, whatever this means, thermal energy storage, and we're taking those into account because they do believe in the same IRA incentives as we all do here, and they're focused on the future of their campus like you all are focused on the future of your town. Thank you.
Real quick, I'm Kailash Viswanathan from Consigli, the project executive. To add on to what Mary Beth just said, there are projects today that we're responding to and we're actually working on where direct pay, similar to what the mayor said, there's RFPs, that direct pay is actually a requirement of like responding. And talking to my other colleagues in the industry who are similar to us, literally everyone's working on it. So there's like 5 large construction manager firms like us. They're working on it for their clients, and every client, especially tax exempt, trying to leverage this. So just want to make sure you're aware of that.
And I can echo that the direct pay from the IRA is having a tremendous influence on the acceptance of geothermal and other renewable energy. We are currently installing a campus-wide system at Plummer Youth Promise in Salem for their new campus expansion. We've just finished the drilling for the ground heat exchanger. We get multiple contacts weekly from houses of worship and nonprofits who are relying on the direct pay process to meet their goals for renewable energy. And through our my industry contacts and manufacturers and other installers in other parts of the country, you know, they have also indicated that houses of worship are very involved in this. Even some of the largest churches that that exist are either in the process of installing geothermal or considering it, and it's all because of the availability of direct pay under the IRA. Thank you.
So the last thing, if Amit could share one slide, I just want to give you an update on where we're at with the dollars, right? So as you heard in what we all understand and can see was a very lengthy presentation last time, but necessary, I believe. The project is not what was talked about almost 2 years ago when we looked at the feasibility analysis of the various ways of replacing the HVAC system, right? It's clear that there's some very significant challenges the building has, and so the scope is very different. If you look at an $18 million number, first thing I want to say is the design development part of the project has begun, and with a certain amount of work having been done in the DD phase of the project, there's an updated, more refined cost estimate. This happens with these projects, and things get more and more clear. And the new cost estimate for the project has the project going down about $700,000 in cost. Now, we'll wait and take that off at the bottom. You could take it off of the 18 million and say now it's, if you're looking at it, it's roughly a 17.3. But we'll leave it alone for now, because this is what we presented last time, and we showed you that with all the work we've done successfully going after grants, earmarks, incentives, credits, rebates, we've been able to bring the cost of the project to the Beverly taxpayer down by $2.5 million on the number of things I just said, grants, earmarks, incentives, rebates, and then another roughly 4.3 in a proposed tax credit we will earn, and as I said, we'll see if we can do better. Then if you see below that, the National Grid on bill credits that we've been able to take and assign and use on this project. They can't be used for just anything. This is a one-time with built-up credits with National Grid. And then the $295,000, we've talked about it. It's the National Grid overbilled us after we switched our streetlights to LED. It took them a long time to get us switched over in their billing system, which was frustrating. They have cut a check to us for $295,000. It's in our accounts. We can't use it. It will fall to free cash next year after this fiscal year's over. So that $295 you're going to see as a part of a free cash ask from this year's free cash to bring it into this project. But so point being, when you take those three numbers, 2.5, 4.3, and $1 million, now the project cost to the Beverly taxpayer is going to be 10.2. And now if you subtract off of that now, because we didn't subtract it off before, the roughly $700,000 in lower project cost estimating, you can take that down to, call it 10.3 and take it down to 9.6. And then as we talked about before, we fully intend not to spend the owner's contingency. Now that owner's contingency might be just a little bit less as they refine and redo all of the numbers based on a lower cost estimate. But it's at 1.8, and we say we're going to turn back, being both aggressive and trying to be realistic, call it 1.6, and now that 9.6 can come down to 8. Now the project cost to the taxpayers of Beverly is $8 million. It's $8 million to put a new roof on the newer of the two buildings because it's in bad shape, because it doesn't have the insulation under it that it needs. So insulation, roof, and eliminating so vastly improved energy efficiency, eliminating the public safety concern of icicles that could fall and hurt people that cause us to have to close off the library entrance at times during the winter. The ADA upgrades, which remind me, roughly 430K. So things like that. Am I understating it? $500K for ADA upgrades, things that have to be done at this building that are not part of HVAC. But you add them all together, and the project is, now it's a much more manageable, much easier and practical for us to all handle. And it gets a vastly superior heating and cooling system to what's there and to what would be there if we use any of the other ways of replacing the HVAC. So last thing to that, I don't want to miss anything. Let me just make sure. The last thing is I said earlier that we could earn another 10% on the IRA payment. We're not counting it because we don't know that we'll earn it, but we're certainly going to try. So keep in mind, when we look at a number of roughly 8 million, there's a potential of up to another million. We don't know that we can earn it. We're going to go after it hard. It really depends on how Treasury treats this issue right across the board. So thank you so much for giving us time tonight again, and I look forward to any questions and the public's thoughts and comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I know there's counselors, I have a little list going. I am aware that members of the public, if they are here to speak, have been waiting a long time tonight. So I'd like to go to any members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing first, and then come back to counselors. Please. And if you would begin with your name and address for the record. Vice President Crowley will keep time for us, and you have up to 3 minutes. So if you hear his timer, you could just draw your remarks to a close. That would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Anna Langstaff, and I live at 47 William Street. And I'm here to talk about this proposed HVAC project as a private citizen. Although I will say I do have a unique perspective in that I worked at the library for over 30 years, many years as assistant director, and finally as library director until I retired in 2020. So I know about that HVAC system, and that's why my hair is all gray. But anyway, I believe that the mayor and city officials have made a very compelling case for the replacement of the library's HVAC system. And I do understand that the city council was upset and had a lot of questions when the price was different. But I believe that the mayor and his administration and all these experts have answered a lot of those questions and a lot of those concerns. So maybe this is premature for me to say this, but I am a little disappointed that members of the city council are not behind this project as presented. I believe that the library project needs more than just a Band-Aid approach or what's the bare minimum that we can do, which I do think that some city councilors are only interested in that. In the short term, yes, maybe it will cost less, but in the long term, it's going to cost more for the city in the long term. I think it's important that we as a community plan for the future now and not kick the can down the road. It's only going to cost more for our children and our grandchildren later. And just one other point I want to make. I have great respect for Mike Collins and Brian Ailes. And since I no longer work for the city, you don't have to think that I'm sucking up to them or anything like that. And if you think it was easy working for them, like whatever I wanted for the library they would give me, no, that is not the case. But Mike has a way of analyzing a problem and coming up with the best possible solution. And Brian, I'm continually amazed that he can keep track in his head of every single line item in the budget, but that he can still look at the big picture, enabling the city to achieve its goals. So the city relies on them for their expertise and knowledge. So with all due respect, it's a puzzle to me why some city councilors are still questioning this proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Langstaff. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing this evening? Mr. Hansen-Mitev. As before, Councillor Crowley, Vice President Crowley will keep time, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak in this public hearing on this proposed library HVAC project.
Now as before, my name is Paul Hansen-Mitev, and I reside at 25 Vine Street, and that may mean something to, at least to Councilman St. Hilaire and library administration. as a point of equity, Beverly has 2 library branches. We are fortunate in Ward 6 for the amount of support that created the Farms Branch Library, most likely unparalleled in the Commonwealth. So, in particular, I feel that the downtown library deserves the same. And even though there's common use of the internet, books still matter. Public spaces where people can come together and discuss the most important ideas matter, whether it's the Solid Waste Committee or the Human Rights Committee, or even groups that sprout out to advocate the most important issues of the day. In a sense, the library is an engine of self-government and a palace of democracy. So I just want to acknowledge one last thing. I was at the library on Wednesday evening, and there were only about 2 or 3 or 4 people left for the last 15 minutes. But 2 of those individuals, young women, were experiencing homelessness. And they too needed a safe place to be up until the close of that time. So having a quality ventilation system is also a sign of welcoming those in the community where maybe the library is one of the few places where they don't feel marginalized. So I just want to leave it with that. Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hinson-Mitev. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak in this public hearing this evening? Knowing as well that we will be continuing this. So if there are members of the public watching or watching later who couldn't be here this evening, there will be further opportunity for public comment. But for tonight, is there any further public comment? I don't see other members of the public at this point. Before I open up to members of the council, Mr. Perry, I'd invite you to come up if you want to weigh in briefly on anything before we open to councilors for.
Thank you, Madam President. Just some preliminary thoughts. I'm not here to give a final recommendation one way or the other, but I thought it's important to update you, at least where I am. As you know, I've reached out to each and every one of you individually and briefed you on some of my thinking here. And I'm just going to try to go do this as quickly as possible. Yeah, it started at a $3.7 million project, and it's now up to $18 million. I discovered this right around Labor Day. And like the rest of you, I fell off the chair as well. So it is an expensive project. I have been articulating, I'll say it again tonight, that in order for this to be successful, in my humble opinion, we needed to use the vast majority of free cash over 2 to 4 years in order to make this work, if you're going to do it. And quite frankly, there was a lot of resistance to that, as well as the utilization of stabilization funds throughout the fall and into the early winter here. I could not get on the same page with the mayor as far as that goes. And for the longest period of time, I think many of you know, I was opposed to this for strictly financial reasons. I am not going to talk about geothermal stuff. They don't even let me use power tools at my house, so I have no idea what the heck they're talking about half the time. But I am looking at this strictly financial. I would say to you, about 2 weeks ago, in one of my numerous meetings with the finance director, we started talking about this. There seemed to be a bit of a change of philosophy from the administration in terms of how to finance this thing. And while we're still not there yet, we're getting closer. And one of the big concerns I had, and I realize we're talking about the library tonight, but I'm not looking at it as just the library. I'm looking at the library, I'm looking at City Hall, I'm looking at the McPherson Center, which we had a little chit-chat about tonight, and the dollar store. So there's 4 big projects we have to be careful about. And from my perspective, as your budget analyst, this has to work with all 4 projects. Otherwise, I couldn't get there. I do raise tonight to tell you that I can see a pathway financially if you want to do it, at least in terms of the finances. The mayor is still going to make some commitments publicly, in my view, in terms of free cash over the next year or so, which I'm sure he'll do at the appropriate time. But I'm still concerned about the IRA money. I am more comfortable than where I was before, but I'm still not there. However, if the mayor commits like I hope he would, and they've already started the process, you have some public hearings about stabilization funds, some more free cash, as you know, that's before you tonight, that I'm sure we'll put towards a public hearing, and the council president will figure out a date there, as we've already discussed a few times. it's possible, in my view, that even if the IRA money doesn't come through, it's possible, in my view, if we commit like we did with the police station project, that we can afford to do all these 4 projects and stay within our debt capacity of $30 to $31 million. And I'm still there. I just haunted the finance director. We're hoping to meet Thursday, I think it is. I still need, I'm looking at some numbers here. I'm familiar with most of it. Kind of came at it a different direction, but I get it. And I guess what I want to say to you is, I can't speak to if you want to spend this kind of money. I can't speak if you have other priorities. But is there a possible path to do this? I think the answer is yes. And it's similar in nature to the strategy we did when we built a police station. And the police station took several years to make that happen. And in the world that I live in and Mr. Ailsa lives in, I can't tell you how many times people say, how'd you do that? People from outside, how'd you do that? And I'm just telling you, I think it's possible. But the mayor's got to make some more commitments to make this happen. So I'm not there yet to give you a final recommendation. I want to give you an update there. I was no for the longest time. They turned me around a little bit. I can see it, and I just want to let you know that I've even struggled with putting this in writing because this thing keeps moving all the time, and it changes a lot. But certainly when the time comes, I will be here, at least at a minimum, with an oral presentation, and I want you to know that, in my view, if you want to do it and do all the other projects, even with the IRA situation, I think it's possible to do it within the debt capacity, and I will continue my research and working with the administration to try to get there to give you a final good answer to your questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perry. So, councilors, what I'd like to do is open it for questions and conversation from the council. I'd like to hold our time until closing this portion of the hearing at 10. I am mindful that members of the public have been with us for a long time this evening. I am mindful we have not yet gotten to the other business of this meeting. So if we could just be mindful about one another, making sure that councilors do get a chance to speak. We will continue this public hearing in a special meeting on April 8th. That will allow for this to be the primary and only topic of conversation, which I think will be beneficial for us to be able to have that dedicated time. We also do have, as Mr. Perry just alluded to, some public hearings that will need to be set for April 1st that are financial hearings related to potential funding for this project. And I think having those in place will give us information that we will need and want to be able to continue this conversation fully on the 8th. So with that, I saw a few hands to begin. I have Councilor Rotundo, Councilor Sweeney, and then Councilor St. Hilaire, and then we'll go from there, please.
Thank you. 2 questions I have. One is just for confirmation, the $4.3 million that's been put forward, has it been confirmed and is it real numbers that we know that that's actually being reimbursed? And then the second question is specifically to the police station. I know right now it hasn't cost anything to the city currently. How long is that warranted for? And if it's already faulty, will we see problems, say, in 10 years down the road? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
On the, excuse me, on the direct pay calculation, we will submit that to the clerk tomorrow, so you can all have it, the report we got from Deloitte. I mean, we retained them, they gave us a report, it's public record, so you'll all see it. They have calculated that they believe we will earn a tax credit in the amount of $4.3 million without counting the possibility of an additional 10% adder for the domestic content. Okay.
So it's not guaranteed still yet then?
It's a tax credit. We build it, we earn it, we file, the IRS pays us.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to find out. Is this is, according to Deloitte, this is guaranteed money reimbursed if this project is to be approved going forward?
I suppose it's as guaranteed as any tax credit that you can file for until the IRS agrees with your paperwork and cuts the check.
Gotcha.
I mean, we are categorically eligible. They've done a deep dive on the numbers. The only thing I will say is, you know, I just pointed out that the cost estimate went down by $700,000. That could mean a slightly lower number than 4.3, but it's still better that it is that way, because if we, you know, the tax credit is on a so many cents per dollar of eligible, right? Not on the whole dollar. So it's not a hard and fast exact number, because this is a project and there'll be an ongoing process of refining it down. It's, they've said based on what all these professionals are carrying at this point in the project, that's what they've calculated that we're eligible for.
Okay, so it's Deloitte's opinion then right now. And I just.
It's Deloitte's professional opinion as
Right,
who
as
they
attached
are,
to prepare.
based on working with numbers and working with these individuals from JLL, B2Q, and Consigli, who all work in this field every day of the year as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Sweeney. Oh, sorry. Commissioner Collins.
Any typical item in a building project like the police station, you typically have a 1-year warranty. The pipe itself that you handed around there actually has a 50-year warranty on the pipe itself, notwithstanding the installation of the pipe. So we're outside the warranty for all of this, but that just, again, I know I was giving a plug to our construction manager because they've been rock solid in this, that they've stood by us. Once I convinced them that we were leaking, they came out, they did some testing, and they've committed to finding, we have 4 sets of wells, 4 circuits in the ground. And we've dug up all of the wells on one circuit and made repairs to most of the wells on that circuit. They've identified some other holes. So now, like, everything's been pressure tested. We know we don't have any leaks. Everything's working. We've done flow tests through all of the circuits. We know that everything's functioning. They have gone the extra mile. They're going to come out in the next couple of weeks. They want to dig 4 more holes because they want to be sure that they're comfortable leaving us with the other circuits in the condition that they are. They want to see them with their own eyes so they can be comfortable that they turned over a good project to us. So I think we are in very good hands with the contractor that we hired for that project. And, to their credit, it's made it, I'm sure that somebody's going to be in a fight, but it won't be us, which is outstanding. I can't say enough about how much I appreciate how well we've been treated. And that's, I think that's an artifact of the CMR, the Construction Manager at Risk process, where we choose our builder not by the low bidder, and regardless of quality, we actually get to interview and we get to find somebody that shares our values and has a good resume behind them and is a stand-up builder. So the Construction Manager at Risk, the 149A process, has really borne fruit for us. When we first considered that process for the middle school, one of the people trying to convince us of the wisdom of that process to find the traditional process is design, bid, build, litigate. And that's been true for almost every public project we did. All of the elementary schools, I think we ended up in court. As we talked about after the meeting, it occurred to us when we discussed the original library project, ended in court. As somebody said, why didn't we sue them? We did. The city did sue them. So that's, the CMR process takes all of that out of it. And to Councilor Sweeney's earlier comments, the other money that we're getting here, the federal money, the National Grid incentives, the grants we've applied for and received, the $500,000 in Green Communities grant, those bring that first cost down. So we are very close to the in-kind replacement. The project itself is wildly better for the building. The HVAC control of the building would be so much better. It's never really worked in the existing building. This will work. This is going to be unbelievably better in terms of comfort level. The building full of books will be protected better. And because of the technology we're applying here, we're essentially heating the building for free is one way to look at it, because we are taking over the heating and making it electric, whereas right now the cooling is electric. We're adding all of the heating load. And at the end of the day, the building will use less electricity than it uses today. So one way of looking at this is we are heating this building for free forever. That's pretty compelling, in my opinion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Counselor. And I apologize, you had asked 2 questions, and I'm sorry that I started to move us on. I apologize, Commissioner. Counselor Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm going to hold off on some follow-up questions on that, Commissioner Collins, just for the sake of time here. I really want to focus my one question on the federal IRA funding, as I think that's a key X factor in making this project financially feasible. I do have a handful of questions and comments, and I want to just say quickly, to the point in public comment that was made about the council asking a significant number of questions based on what we normally ask. I think a big part of that, to Councilor Houseman's point in the previous public hearing, was due to how the process has unfolded, and that there was not a whole lot of information in the months between when we approved design funding almost 2 years ago and now. And that's really where the council has now kind of had to play catch up. And I have more comments on that, but I'll hold those for now to focus on the federal IRA funding. So my question is really building off of Councilor Rotundo's in terms of understanding how this financing mechanism will work. And I think that's really important because without the federal IRA funding, the difference between the proposed geothermal project and an in-kind gas replacement, which is not just a Band-Aid project, it sounds like it would significantly address some structural concerns in the building still, just with a gas heating system instead of a geothermal heating system. The difference between those two without federal IRA funding, by the numbers I had prior tonight, was 6.1 million. It sounds like that might be 5.4 million or closer to that range, but is a significant difference when you think about the point that Mr. Perry made. That funding could go towards any of those other capital projects or the fire station, which is one that is going to need significant work that we really haven't talked about much in terms of the overall scope of our capital needs. So tying that to the federal IRA funding, if we're anticipating $4.3 million worth of tax credits, but we, as a local government, don't pay taxes to the federal government, to Councilor Rotundo's point, how do we have some level of certainty that the funding will be there? And I ask this because it's evident to folks that pay attention to activity in Washington, D.C., there's often not a lot of agreement in funding the government for a period of more than a few months. And so traditionally, when I think of a tax credit, it's you're paying a tax bill as a corporate private entity that's then reduced because you qualify for the credits, but you're still paying a lesser tax bill. And in this case, if we're not paying any taxes, I would assume that that then means that the federal government is going to have to appropriate funding for the SUNY school system, for the water district in Utah, for Massport, for these pretty large entities, and the city of Beverly. And I would think that if there's a whole host of qualifying projects across the country, that's going to require a very significant appropriation, potentially more so than was initially outlined in the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm really not familiar with the financing, and so that's why I asked this question. Is this funding that there needs to be an additional appropriation of Congress to finance, or is this money that Congress has already appropriated, or if there's some other funding mechanism that I'm not aware of, could that be explained? Because without this $4.3 million worth of funding, there's a huge gap in terms of the cost of just installing an in-kind gas replacement system and going with this proposed geothermal replacement.
Couple things, Counselor. One, I know that some may credit this and some may not, but I just want to remind everybody that the life cycle cost analysis showed a significant cost savings in dollars over the life cycle of the systems if we go with geothermal. I recognize that that's not money that's upfront available to build the project, but it's a savings that repeats year over year over year. So that, if you're able to, in your own mind, credit that to the project, it shrinks the delta as even more between the geo and the in-kind project.
And I'll just say quickly, I hear you on that. I do have some questions about those, but it sounds like we may address those in advance of the 8th. So I'm not disregarding those.
Yep, okay, no, I appreciate that. And then to your question, you asked me that question and I told you I'd get an answer. I haven't gotten it yet. I think when you think of, but we will, and I had thought we would be able to bring Deloitte to this meeting. They informed me about a week and a half ago that as a company, they don't participate in public meetings, public hearings at a local level. So what I want to do is take to them any and all questions that are most appropriately asked them and get those answers, get them back to you before and or by April 8th. Obviously, it's critically important information for everybody's, decision-making process. So I'll only say one other quick thing because then, if not, I'll go too far into conjecture, right? But with tax credits to tax-paying entities, there has to be a calculation by the federal government as to, a certain amount of a certain amount of revenue will be foregone by the federal government by companies taking advantage of tax credits. And on the flip side, that'll lead to economic investment growth, more revenues coming into the government. I think it's a similar calculation that's been used here, but let me get you the exact answer to that question. I will make sure we get that from Deloitte.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to thank the mayor and his team for providing all these answers to our questions. I know there's been a lot of discussion about this recently, and I do appreciate the lengths you went to on the cost analysis. I guess when going through all the materials, one thing that strikes me is, as was mentioned earlier, there are lots of variables with this project. And in going through this, there are a lot of assumptions being made throughout. We're talking about life expectancy projections, maintenance costs, replacement cost projections, energy efficiency savings, grant funding and incentive projections from the IRA, 4.3 million, return on investment projections, and even tonight, Commissioner Collins was commenting on the status of the electrical grid in 2050, right? So I guess I view all these as risks, and I guess what I'm trying to understand is however you do the math on these variables, it's clear that the lower cost up front is for the in-kind replacement, and so I guess if we were to approve this, we would be assuming collectively some level of risk that all these other things are going to go our way. And I guess, to Mr. Perry's point, we can afford this, but I guess what I'm questioning is this a priority? Why wouldn't the wiser option just be to take the lowest cost, get this project done, and then, move on to other priorities that we all have? I just don't know, and I guess maybe to the mayor, why are we going to such great lengths to show that this is the best option and take on all these risks when we can just do the lower cost right now and move on to City Hall and McPherson Center and all the other big things that we have to do. Thank you.
Councillor. Mr. Mayor.
So I think your first question was rhetorical, more than for me, right? And the second one is, given what you see there, why are we still trying to travel this path? Right?
I guess, do you see these as risks? And if so, why are you as mayor willing to accept these when there is a lower cost available to us that we know is certain?
So we have asked the same questions about direct pay and IRA as you folks have been asking. We've been digging at this for a while. I think some of what we've shared with you the last two evenings of this public hearing about the uptake on the program. I mean, the uptake has also been massive on the private side, and that's great, and that's big investment in a lot of states. There are a lot of jobs being created in battery storage, battery manufacturing, component part for solar, wind, and other manufacturing, all domestic. Lots of investment there. It's been critical to us to find that there is a lot of uptake on the government side too, because that's the direct pay piece. That's what's new and different. So this project is one that we probably would have difficulty doing again, because you see the number of different resources being brought to bear, that some of which could be spent regardless of how we're doing this. Most of them can only be spent based upon this being a clean energy project. So I think there's a lot of learning here for us, because we have 6 schools that are going to need new roofs, new HVAC systems. You rightly mentioned the fire station that we're working on, and you recently got an update on. So we don't know what will be the affordable ways to do those future projects. I think with the path that the country has to travel, with the residential dwellings of 330 million people, with all of the buildings that exist in our country, the IRA is a first round of this. So I don't see risk with all the other sources of funding. I mean, many of them are in our hands. Others are, committed. I think the dynamics of a project and how things evolve, I'm less concerned with the pieces that are going to continue to move as we further refine and get into the project. It really comes down to the direct pay. And so I have gotten a much greater comfort level with direct pay based on meetings and talking with Deloitte and really kind of a history of how tax credits have worked in this country, and more specific to direct pay, an understanding just how widespread the commitment is that's coming from many sectors within the government and nonprofit realm that will have a collectively strong voice across the country in every state, I would imagine, when the time comes to ensure that these programs continue.
Thank you, Counselor. I'm aware that I have 3 counselors waiting to speak, but we are getting to the 10 o'clock time. So I'll go to the 3 counselors who have already raised their hand. If we could keep it to 1 question. Again, I am mindful, public's been with us for a long time, and we have other business, including some folks waiting for business in subcommittee. So I want to be mindful of that. If we did not have further opportunity to discuss this project, I certainly wouldn't be moving us through it. But because we have hearings on the 1st, this meeting to continue on the 8th, I just want to be clear for those who are watching, if they're wondering why we're holding the counselors' conversation, it's because I know, and I think we all know, that there'll be more time to have this conversation that will be more subsequent still, and to be respectful for all the members of the public who've been with us, and those still waiting for some subcommittee business. So Counselor Bowen, Counselor Feldman, Counselor Hausman.
Thank you. So while I do also appreciate the additional information we've continued to get, I think as we move forward in these conversations, I'm looking to get back up to that high level, big picture set of prioritization and really think about the opportunity costs of any money that we feel the city has to spend on capital projects, on this project, as opposed to all of the many others. And as we've been going through this process, because as Councilor St. Hilaire pointed to, there are so many different moving pieces, I think we're getting lost in them a little bit. And for me, seeing the request initially in January, my first question was sort of, okay, show me your work, show me how you got there. And I was expecting to see, there were these 4 or 5 decision points at which we had a couple paths ahead of us, and we chose this one over that one for this reason, and here's where we've ended up. And that's not how the process has felt since then to me. I still don't quite know where those decision points were and what overall value was prioritized in those decision points. I know a couple of them now. So when I think about, that this price tag was known around Labor Day and those decisions had been made, and then when in January we asked for, okay, deluge us with information, send us those reports, that it actually still took another couple months to get some of these tables created of really pretty basic cost-benefit analysis in different forms, continues to worry me. And so as we get back to the big picture questions out of, taking the weeds into account, but back to the big picture questions, I don't want us to be sort of making the decision just on a big package where we don't understand the paths we took to get there. So those are the questions I think I'm going to need answered in April.
Thank you, Counselor. Thanks. Counselor Feldman.
Yes, thank you. It's just more of a comment, not a question at this point in time. But one of my constituents actually got up at the last public hearing to talk about tax dollars and paying into this, and we understand that we are, the stewards of the tax dollars of the city and the taxpayers. And when it comes to projects like this, where there is, we can talk about what the number is, but there is a large dollar number associated with federal tax credits versus state tax credits. Massachusetts is, in choosing this option over an in-kind replacement, Massachusetts is considered a donor state. Our taxpayers in Massachusetts get back far less than the dollar that they pay.
on the whole. It's around 60 cents on the dollar on these projects. So anytime there's a project that has federal tax money that we can get back for our Massachusetts taxpayers at the federal level, I'm always extremely interested in that, because your federal taxes, no matter what we pick, are not going down. So because of that, I try and look at it in that lens in terms of where the funding can come from and how we can do the best at all levels of taxpayer for our constituents. So that was just a little, my tax hat on, federal tax dollars. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor Feldman. And Counselor Houseman, we'll end just for tonight with you. Oh, Counselor Houseman, oh, never mind. Ms. Kent has unmuted you.
Do I need to talk about my hair on fire? I desperately want to support this project. Because we have a climate emergency, the city administration and the council has signed off that we have a climate emergency. But I also have to be comfortable, I have to be confident that all the numbers work. And to Mr. Perry's point, and I've said this to the mayor, and I've said this before, this is not just about, the numbers working is not just about this project. It's about how all these projects fit together. And I've asked for, and I can't really get to the point of supporting the proposal until I see that the administration has laid out a path that explains how all four of these projects, the library, the city hall, the dollar store, and I forget what the other one is off the top of my head, but how they all fit together financially for the city, for the taxpayers. I have asked for, and I'll just ask my one question, I have more than one question, but I have asked both the mayor and the finance director for a capital expenditure plan that reflects lessons learned from the process we're going through now, and wanting to see that reflects going forward the city's stated commitment in our existing plan to converting our municipal facilities to more energy efficient facilities, including ground source heat pumps, because it's right now already in that system. And the mayor and I have talked about how really that doesn't seem realistic based upon what we know right now. I respect Mr. Ailes' statement to me. He's got a lot on his plate. He can't update the whole thing. But I suggested to him that a separate side letter, if you will, from the administration that reflects essentially that, an update to the capital expenditure program that acknowledges what we're going through here, is something that I really think is appropriate for the taxpayers and for our next plan. So I'll just leave my single question to Mr. Ailes of whether or not, in talking or not with the mayor, such a letter might be forthcoming to the council.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Ailes.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments, Counselor. I think we'll be discussing that in the very near future. In light of all the projects that we're discussing over the next couple weeks, seems like a reasonable request. I will just add one comment about the projects all fitting together, since you brought it up. And I don't have the slides with me, but if you refer back to the presentation we gave at the first part of this public hearing, we laid out the layering of all the different funding sources for all the projects, the big major ones, and kind of how they fit together to arrive at a manageable debt load. And since that point, which was, three weeks ago or so, things have only gotten better in terms of our financial picture. So as you know, working with me No one here, probably, I'm risking to say this, but no one here likes risk less than me. To your point, Councilor St. Hilaire. And when we show these numbers, we tend to be on the conservative side of things. For example, the 18.06 million in construction costs, we already know it is coming down. The 4.3 million in the IRA tax credit that we independently calculated, we went back to Deloitte and said, please, do your independent calculation. They came back with 4.3 with an opportunity for an additional million. So you can see we have a track record of being conservative when it comes to presenting numbers to you so that we don't put the taxpayers' resources at risk. And so I just wanted to add that, but I'd encourage you to look back at the slides, and I can forward them to you as well, Councilor.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I guess that's another way of me saying, unless Mr. Perry is comfortable with this, I'm not going to be confident in supporting this as much as I desperately want to.
Thank you, Mr. Ailes. Thank you, councilors. As I mentioned, I'm going to draw this portion of this public hearing to a close, assuming that, councilors, that you are willing to make a motion to continue the public hearing on Order 17 in a special meeting on April 8th at 7 p.m. All those in favor? Thank you. So we will continue this public hearing on order number 17 at a special meeting, the agenda for which will be order number 17, continuing this public hearing, April 8th, 7 p.m. Members of the public will have another opportunity to comment at that time, and we'll have further conversation from the council as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Ailes, Mr. Perry. Thank you to all the members of the team who were here and continued to talk with us about this project. Thank you, Commissioner Collins, and thank you, members of the public. It's certainly been a long meeting for you already, and we appreciate it. And if you want to stay with us, we have now the contents of the rest of the meeting. So you're welcome to stay, but you're welcome to go, and I will understand when you do. Thank you, everyone. I'd entertain a motion for a 2-minute recess. All those in favor? Thank you. 2-minute recess, everyone. So back to order following our recess. Thank you, counselors, for your good work already tonight. As I mentioned, I know we do have some members of the public awaiting some of our subcommittee work too. So we'll get right to the bulk of the rest of our agenda following the public hearings. We'll start with acceptance of minutes of previous meetings. We have one set of minutes that we can approve this evening. These are from our regular city council meeting, March 11th, 2024. Is there a motion to approve that set of minutes? All those in favor? That carries 9-0. Thank you all very much. Ms. Kent, let's go to communications from His Honor the Mayor, please.
Order number 91, dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully request a transfer of $1,135,505 from the city's certified free cash balance to be placed into the city's stabilization fund. This requested amount represents 10% of the certified free cash balance and is consistent with the city's stabilization fund policy. Secondly, I request a transfer of $227,101 representing 2% of the city's certified free cash balance from the free cash balance to be placed into the city's OPEB trust. This request is also consistent with city policies. Continued investments in these areas is crucial to the city's long-term financial health, and I ask the City Council approve these transfers requests totaling $1,362,606. This free cash transfer requires a public hearing be set. Thank you, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 92, dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully request a transfer of $1,902.89 from the city's debt stabilization fund, Fund 807, to be placed in the city's library improvement capital fund, Fund 500. These funds will be used to particularly offset the requested loan order that was previously submitted, order number 17, for the building and system improvement work at the main branch library. This transfer requires a public hearing. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property as well.
Order number 93, dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully request a transfer of $2,500,000 from the city's certified free cash balance to be placed into the city's capital fund 5391, which was established for the acquisition of the parking lots and building known as the Dollar Store lot. You will recall the city's authorized the purchase of this parcel with an initial transfer of last year's free cash balance along with a loan order for the remaining of the cost. At this point, it was our stated intent to utilize future free cash to avoid any permanent borrowing for the purchase. With this transfer, the city will hold a remaining short-term note for $2 million until the building is sold at a future time to be determined. Upon the future sale, the expected proceeds would be used to pay off the remaining short-term note and close out the project. This transfer requires a public hearing. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 94, dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully request a transfer of $2,045,000 from the city's certified free cash balance to be replaced into the city's library improvement capital fund, Fund 500. These funds will be used to particularly offset the requested loan order that was previously submitted, order number 17, for the building and system improvement work at the main branch library. This amount is inclusive of the $295,000 refund from the National Grid relating to the LED streetlight project that the city received earlier this fiscal year. This transfer requires a public hearing to be set. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property as well.
Order number 95, dear Honorable City Council, I respectfully request a transfer of $1 million to fund additional road and sidewalk work throughout the city. The transfer from the city's road and sidewalk fund, Fund 581, will come from two sources. I am proposing that $750,000 of the transfer be from the city's certified free cash balance and the remaining $250,000 be transferred from the variety of capital projects funds as outlined in the attached. These capital project funds are deemed available for use as the projects have been closed out and completed. This transfer requires a public hearing set prior for council vote. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 96, dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a $2,680 grant from the New England chapter of the Society of Fire Prevention Engineering. Grant funding will be used to purchase fire investigation, safety training, and prevention equipment. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council and Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, donation, or gift to the city can be expended for the prescribed purpose. I therefore request the City Council approve this grant at your upcoming meeting. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property as well.
Order number 97. Dear Honorable City Council, I am pleased to inform you that the City of Beverly has been awarded a 4-month grant totaling $295,649 from the Mass Bay Transportation Authority, MBTA, Supplemental Transportation Program to provide public transportation services in cities and towns within the MBTA service district that complement the MBTA's transportation network. The grant has been awarded various amounts for the following years: fiscal year 24, fiscal year 25, fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27, and fiscal year 28, for a total grant award of $295,649. This STP grant funds up to 50% of the net cost of operating the Beverly Shuttle as a complimentary transit service for Beverly residents. The City of Beverly has been utilizing this STP grant to offset the shuttle cost since 2000. While the STP grant allows for funding up to 50%, in practice, the STP grant reimbursement has been less than 50% as operating costs have increased. The estimated cost of annual services was $197,509 from FY 22 through 26 as provided by our current operator for this application. Consequently, the grant will fund approximately 30% of the net cost of operating the service. The city will provide match funding for the difference. The Cape Ann Transit Authority currently operates this transit service on behalf of the city. Upon execution of this grant contract, the city will issue a new RFP for a service provider. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A requires both City Council and Mayor approval before any grant, earmark, or gift to the city can be extended for this purpose. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Finance and Property.
Order number 98. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to review and recommendation, the following residents to serve on the Economic and Community Development Council: Jason M. Consalvo, Kevin Grant, and Christopher Wren. Their terms are to be effective until December 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 99. Dear Honorable City Council, I hereby appoint, subject to your review and recommendation, Ms. Donna Masumeki, 15 Stone Street, Unit G, to serve as a Greater Beverly Chamber of Commerce representative on the Economic and Community Development Council. Her term is to be effective until December 31st, 2025. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs as well.
Order number 100. Dear Honorable City Council, Federal Aviation Administration regulations require that municipal airport sponsors provide fair market value to the airport for any non-aviation municipal use of airport property. The firing range for the Beverly Police Department, as well as storage space for miscellaneous city property and equipment, is located on airport property, specifically on a portion of Assessor's Partial ID 90-4 located on 0 LP Henderson Road. In accordance with FAA regulations, the City of Beverly and Beverly Airport Commission negotiated in good faith and agreed upon the terms of the attached lease in January. The FAA has approved the lease, and the Airport Commission officially approved it at their February 12, 2024 meeting. The areas that are subject of the attached lease are identified as follows. On Exhibit A to the lease, buying range 3,700 square feet. And B, City of Beverly, 19,200 square feet. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 51F requires the mayor and city council to approve any lease entered into by the Beverly Airport Commission. The lease provides for the use of the partial term of 10 years with the possibility of 2 successive terms of 5 years each. The annual base rent for the partial is $11,704, which was established by any appraisal done on June 7, 2023. The terms of the lease provide that the city may offset the annual rent with the city's annual contributions to the airport to support its operations, including but not limited to direct costs of employee benefits, insurance premiums, payroll taxes, direct legal costs, certain personal costs, and indirect costs allocated to the airport. In light of the offsets, the parties do not anticipate that the city will end up transferring in the foreseeable future funds to the airport for use of the parcel. Should there come a time during the term of the lease when the general fund no longer supplements airport operations, a rental payment may be due. However, general fund money that previously has been used to supplement the airport would be available to cover the payment. I respectfully request that you approve this lease at your March 18th meeting. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Order number 101. Dear Honorable City Council, enclosed, please find proposed order amending City Ordinance Section 15-37 relative to the Human Rights Committee. The proposed amendment add the Director of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging as one of the 11 members of the committee. Provide the term limits do not apply to the 3 members who serve or are appointed by the virtue of their role as a city or as a school employee. Clarify that the individual who has served for 6 consecutive years may be appointed again after a break in service. Further define qualifying experience for all members. Eliminate the registered voter requirements for eligibility for service. And allow for the appointment of up to 2 members under the age of 18, provided they are at least 16 years old. Please initiate action on this matter at your City Council meeting on March 18th, 2024. Sincerely yours, Michael P. Cahill, Mayor.
Please refer that to the Committee on Legal Affairs. Let's go to communications from other city officers and boards, please.
Order number 65A from Councilor Houseman, a motion to reconsider the vote on order number 65, 2024 at the regular City Council meeting held on March 11th, 2024 regarding a livery license for Albert Boston Limo LLC.
Councilor.
I'd like to make a motion to reconsider order. Get used to this. I would like to make a motion to reconsider order number 65 due to new information that's available to the council now, which bears upon the approval or not of this application.
Thank you, Councilor. So Councilor Harson's making a motion to reconsider. Councilors who have voted yes on a matter are able to make such a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Is there any further discussion? If the motion to reconsider is approved, then we'll refer Order 65 itself back to the Committee on Legal Affairs.
Correct, thank you.
Because it will come back under consideration. So we have a motion to reconsider, we have a second. All those in favor of reconsideration? Are there any opposed? Motion to reconsider passes 9-0.
Thank you.
And then we will refer Order 65 itself back to the Committee on Legal Affairs, please. Want me to go? Yes, please.
Order number 102 from Council Rotundo and President Flowers, submission of School Committee Finance and Facilities meeting recap, October through December 2023, second quarter report for fiscal year 2024.
Thank you. Councilor Rotundo, anything that you'd like to say? After Ms.
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll just mention it's a pleasure to continue to work with Councilor Rotundo as the liaisons to the school committee, finance and facilities specifically, and we appreciate the work Ms. Sherburne does to help us prepare these reports. I've entertained a motion to receive that report and place it on file. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries 9-0, and we'll receive that and place it on file and go to communications, applications, and petitions. Ms. Kent.
Order number 103, Department of Public Utilities, notice of filing, public hearing, and request comments.
I would entertain a motion to receive that and place it on file. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries 9-0 to receive and place on file.
Order number 104 from National Grid, a petition work order 90000222943 to install approximately 40 feet of new 12-inch gas main at 46 River Street.
I would not entertain a motion. I'll just refer it for now to Public Services to set that public hearing.
Order number 105, National Grid number 306658817 to install 1 JO pole on Lothrop Street.
Please also refer that to the Committee on Public Services as well. And we have some unfinished business from a previous meeting that will remain there. This is our conversation that we'll schedule with the city solicitor about proposed amendments to the city ordinances coming out of last term's Legal Affairs Subcommittee. But I will now entertain a motion. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were looking at me to stop me. To take a brief break for some subcommittee work that can be done in the context of our meeting tonight. All those in favor? Carries 9-0. We'll have Finance and Property stay here, Legal Affairs in the committee room, and Public Services on the bench, please. And we will try to take up business that we can do within the context of this meeting. If we have longer or more substantive conversation, chairs please consider using the standalone meeting night on March 25th.
Order the Committee on Finance and Property. Okay, so I think we'll start with Order 73. This was tonight's public hearing related to the transfer of $150,000 from the Recreational Enterprise Fund for the repair of the Kimball Haskell Park and Cahill Park tennis courts and other park restoration projects. I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? All in favor? Aye. Approves 0. Okay, I'm going to take up order number 91. This is a transfer of $1.135 million from the certified free cash to be placed in the city stabilization fund, and a transfer of $227,000 from free cash to the OPEB trust fund. I would entertain a motion to set a public hearing for April 1st at 7:45 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. That public hearing is set for April 1st. Okay, next I'll take up order number 92. This is with transfer of $1 million from our debt stabilization fund to be placed in the city's library improvement capital fund. This is for consideration also for our library discussion from earlier. I think we're going to be setting a public hearing on this one as well for April 1st at 8:15. I would entertain a motion to do so.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Public hearing is set for April 1st at 8:15 p.m. Okay, we'll take up order number 93 next. This is a transfer of $2.5 million from our free cash balance to be placed in the capital fund 5391, which was established for the purchase of a Family Dollar Store lot. Would entertain a motion to set a public hearing on this order for April 1st at 8:45 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. That public hearing is also set. Be a busy night. Next, we'll take up order 94. This is a transfer of a little over $2 million as well from the city's free cash balance to be placed in the city's library improvement capital fund. I would entertain a motion to set a public hearing for this transfer on April 1st at 8:30 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That public hearing is also set for April 1st. Okay, working our way through the agenda, we're on number 95. This is a transfer of $1 million to fund additional road and sidewalk work throughout the city. $750,000 of this will come from free cash balance, and the other $250,000 from a variety of other capital project funds. This is related to some of the sidewalk work we've been talking about together. And I would entertain a motion to set a public hearing on this order on April 1st at 8 PM.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public hearing is set on April 1st. Okay. Order 96, this is a grant of $2,680 from the New England chapter of Society of Fire Prevention, Protection Engineers for the purchase of fire investigation, safety training, and prevention equipment. I would entertain a motion that we approve this.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I approve 3-0. So this last order here was introduced to us tonight, order number 97. This is a 4-year, 4-month grant totaling $295,649 from the MBTA Supplemental Transportation Program to provide transportation services in cities and towns within the MBTA service district. I would entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Ms. Nguyen is in the building here and has offered to comment on this one. Ms. Nguyen, order number 97, good timing. Talking about the MBTA Supplemental Transportation Program. Could you tell us a little bit more about this and what services that we're paying for here?
This grant pays for a portion of the Beverly shuttle, which is a fixed route shuttle service that the city of Beverly has provided for 20 years. And has received this grant for that long as well. And it is serviced by Cape Ann Transit Authority, so people often refer to it as the CATA shuttle or the Beverly Shopper shuttle, but it is meant to serve everybody in the community. But again, it's a fixed route service. So we apply for this grant every, well, it's been a little while. It's like a 4-year grant usually. But because of the way, it was a very long RFP process, was over a year this time, so it's 4 years and 4 months. I think they're just trying to line it up, the cycle again, but.
Okay. Any further questions, councilors? Councilor Sweeney?
Just one quickly, Mr. Chairman, and I can follow up with Mr. Ailes if you don't know off the top of your head, but do you know where we have typically funded the city's portion of this program and where
It's in the
we'll
planning
fund it?
department. It comes from the planning department budget. It's
So
always been
perfect.
in that budget, yep.
Then I'll quickly follow up. Do you have any concerns? It looks like the grant funding is paying for a smaller portion of this program as costs have increased. Do you have concerns about the city's share increasing over these coming years?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, because the last time, as I mentioned, so we've been kind of extending CATA's contract, but the last time we had to do a gap fill contract renewal, bid basically. And the bids that we were getting were much higher because labor, maybe you know, there's a driver shortage, there's been a driver shortage, labor costs are much higher, costs everywhere going up. So, you know, the cost of service has kind of creeped up. We've been able to work with our provider to keep it down. But we may need to either make some changes to the service to keep it in line. We'll have to see what the RFP comes back with once we put it out again, but we may have to shorten it again a little bit. We lengthened it, and that did add some cost. So we'll evaluate that, and then figure out. I plan to have a meeting with Bryant to kind of talk about, or Mr. Ailes, about all of these different transit services and what the pilot program might tell us about this fixed route and the on-demand and how we can serve the city best.
Okay, thank you. And it's an important service, so I'm happy to approve this grant. And it's something we can follow up with in June when we go through the budget.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen.
Right,
Mr. Perry, any thoughts about, or is this on your radar or any thoughts about this or concerns?
You know, obviously, but the concern being future budgets, I guess, I would recommend the grant, though, given the circumstances. We don't always have to appropriate if it doesn't work for the city, but I'm loath to say never to take a grant, so I would advise you to take the grant.
Okay. Okay, I think we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further questions or comments? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to approve Order 97. Or, I'm sorry, I would take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approve 3-0. Okay, Ms. Ken, I think that's all we had tonight. Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the Committee on Finance and Property.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, we are adjourned. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute.
Thank you very much, everyone. Call the full council back to order following our subcommittee meeting. And we'll go to reports from committees. Ms. Kent.
Order number 73, the Committee on Finance and Property, who referred the matter regarding a request for a transfer for $150,000 from the Recreational Enterprise Fund to be placed into the Capital Project Fund to round out the necessary funding to complete the renovations of tennis courts at the Kimball, Haskell, and Cahill Parks. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this request.
Are there questions or comments on this one? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. When this came back to us, I wanted to move that we amend the order to approve $67,000 be transferred to a capital project fund for the tennis court work at Kimball, Haskell, and Cahill Parks, rather than the full $150,000.
So Councilor Bowen's making a motion to amend Order 73 to be a transfer of $67,000 for the tennis courts. Is there a second? Okay, Councilor Spang is seconding for discussion. Further discussion on this? Councilor Bowen.
Thank you. I'll keep it short because I think we're all a little brain dead at this point. But as I mentioned earlier, I agree this is a worthy project, well scoped. The funding needs to get out. I think this is an opportunity to share that the remaining $83,000 that sort of seems kind of tacked on to make it a round number of $150,000 is not in line with the form of communication we're looking for appropriations requests. Somewhat symbolic gesture, but I don't see evidence in this that our parks will suffer if that is delayed until we get more information about it. And I think that's the type of action that we can take. So want to support the overall funding and think a first step is to do that $67,000 first.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Crowley.
Thank you. I would say we go with the original motion to approve the full, just specifically where they talked about the remaining balance being used for smaller things like swings, various things to repair things versus having to go a big, getting a PO and stuff will take time for that to come back for us. So that would be the only reason I would say that differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rotundo.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Did not Mr. Ailes mention that some of this money would be used to round out the Simons project and stuff like that? I thought he specified to us at the podium. Did I not hear that correctly? Council Bowen saying no, but you are saying, so I think that's the whole thing that I thought there were some things stated to us what that additional money would be used to, but as well as replenishing the fund. So I'm just trying to get for clarification purposes.
Councilor Feldman, I saw your hand earlier, so
Yes.
we'll go to you.
So he did reference the Pocket Park, at least one of them, in that rounding out of the money. And also, I just wanted to, I agree in theory, the exercising of the free, like, more accountability, but since this is coming from the Recreational Enterprise Fund, since it's coming from an enterprise fund versus a free cash transfer or an unforeseen fund, I just feel like it's, going from the right hand to the left hand in the prescribed fund that it is intended for. So I just don't want to get in the weeds on swings. So that's my feelings on this cash transfer. Thanks.
Councilor St. Hilaire.
I would agree with Councilor Feldman. Our parks need a lot of help across the city. I've been working for the last 3 years on this Cahill Park tennis court, and I appreciate that you're willing to support that, but I would say the $67,000 is going to be put to good use in our park somewhere, and I for me, have faith in the Parks Department to manage that independently without a report on each swing or sidewalk or whatever it might be. So I would agree with my colleagues on this one.
Councilor Sweeney, I saw your hand as well.
I was going to make the exact same point that Councilor Feldman made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bowen?
Thank you. And sorry, I thought I heard it could be used on things like signage, not Simons. So I would just say this is the tool that we have. And so if counselors are not interested in using this tool to ask for things like timelines on projects, then I think that's a statement that the one tool in front of us is not going to be used in that way. I think the questions around how much is already in the park improvement fund for the very worthy projects we all want to support is a key piece of information, and there are others. So I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Houseman.
I feel somewhat torn. I agree with Counselor Feldman. I also sort of agree with Counselor Bowen. I'm not going to bring up my contingency, but the point is made that I think the council has to figure out a way, hopefully this is a sort of an opening of a conversation about how we go about keeping in the loop, if you will, with the administration on what they do and how they spend the money. It's not a hill I want to die on tonight for this matter. But I share Councilor Bowen's, the spirit of Councilor Bowen's motion entirely, and hope that we can find a way, whether it's this language or other language, that does provide appropriate oversight for us. In this particular case, notwithstanding the fact I attached this language to it, I probably wouldn't support this, following this 83. I sort of want to see what kind of response we get from the administration to the discussion we had, and which I intend to continue on this matter. I'm going to be asking the solicitor's office for a formal opinion on this language, both with and without the piece about freezing funds, because I'm confident that we have the ability to do that. That's where I stand, I guess, ultimately on this particular one. So.
Thank you, Counselor. So we have a motion and a second on the floor for Counselor Bowen's motion to amend Order 73. All those in favor? All those opposed? Thank you. That motion fails 8-1.
Council President, I want to commend Councilor Bowen, however, for putting that out there and making that part of the conversation about this. It's important, I think.
Thank you very much, Counselor Houseman. So now we have also on the floor the original recommendation from Order 73, which is the request for the transfer of the $150,000. Are there further questions or comments on this one? The question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye. That carries 9-0.
Order number 91, the Committee on Finance and Property, who referred the matter regarding a transfer of $1,135,505 from the city's certified free cash balance to be placed into the city's stabilization fund, and transfer of $227,101 from the free cash balance to be placed into the city's OPEB trust, have set a public hearing for April 11th at 7:45 p.m.
Right? I think it's April 1st.
What did I say?
April 11th.
Oh, sorry, April 1st.
Which date is
11
it?
o'clock, it's 11 o'clock.
April 1st.
April 1st?
At 7:45 p.m. Is there a motion to set that public hearing as recommended by Finance and Property? All those in favor?
You realize that's April Fool's Day.
I do, and when do you see what's coming?
All right.
It will lean right into that.
Oh,
Counselor
yes.
Houseman.
Order number 92, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom referred the matter regarding a transfer of $1,902,089 from the city's debt stabilization fund to be placed into the city's library improvement capital fund, have set a public hearing for April 1st at 8:15 p.m.
I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing as recommended for April 1st, 8:15 p.m.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
That carries 9-0.
Order number 93, the Committee on Finance and Property, to whom refer the matter regarding a transfer of $2,500,000 from the city's certified free cash balance to be placed in the capital fund 5391, which was established for the acquisition of the parking lot and building known as the Dollar Store. Have considered the matter and set a public hearing for April 1st at 8:45 p.m.
I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing as recommended for April 1st at 8:45 p.m. All those in favor?
Aye.
Order number, 94?
No, it's
Sorry.
9-0.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Order
I was
number-
slow counting.
94, the Committee on Finance and Property, who referred the matter regarding a transfer of $2,045,000 from the city's certified free cash balance to be placed into the city's library improvement capital fund. These funds will be used to partially offset the requested loan order, order number 17, for the building and system improvement work for the main public library. This said public hearing for April 1st at 8:30 PM.
I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing as recommended, April 1st, 8 PM.
8:30.
8:30 PM. Thank you. All those in favor? Carries 9-0.
Order number 95, the Committee on Finance and Property, whom refer the matter regarding a transfer request for $1 million to fund additional road and sidewalks work throughout the city, $750,000 of the transfer to be from the city's certified free cash, and remaining $250,000 be transferred from a variety of capital project funds. Consider said matter and set a public hearing for April 1st at 8 PM.
I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing as recommended, April 1st, 8 PM. All those in favor? Carries 9-0.
Order number 96, Committee on Finance and Property, to whom refer the matter regarding a $2,680 grant from the New England chapter of the Society of Fire Protection Engineers to be used to purchase fire investigation, safety training, and prevention equipment. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this request.
Are there questions or comments on this one? Which happily we can act on now and don't have to wait till April 1st. Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 9-0 to accept that grant for our fire department.
We did something.
Order number 97, the Committee on Finance and Property, who referred the matter regarding a 4-year, 4-month grant totaling $295,649 from the Mass Bay Transportation Authority Supplemental Transportation Program to provide transportation services in cities and towns within the MBTA service district. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this request.
Questions or comments on this one? All right, if you'd like to do something else, the question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 9-0 as well. And thank you to our planning director, Ms. Nguyen, for sticking with us throughout the evening to talk about that grant as well as some other matters.
Order number 87, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding a proposed, This is for, proposed amendment in order 270-49 handicap parking on Broadway Street. Proposed amendment to Chapter 270 vehicles and traffic as follows. Handicap parking in the following location space shall be reserved for handicap parking, Broadway, north side, approximately 25 Broadway. And this was in the newspaper on March 15th, and this is considered the first vote.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Counselor Spang, you introduced this order. Is there anything you'd like to say about it? Okay, thank you. So as Ms. Kent said, this is the first vote this evening. It will be available for final passage on April 1st. So is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That's 9-0 on this first vote. And we'll hear that and vote on it again for final passage on April 1st.
Order number 32 from Council Rotundo and Sweeney, a letter regarding the 2023 Committee on Legal Affairs Ordinance Review Process, and this is received and placed on file at the March 11th meeting.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to receive and place on file as recommended by the subcommittee.
So moved.
All those in favor? Thank you. That carries 9-0, and thank you, councilors, for your work on that as well.
Order number 68, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding a proposed interlocal agreement for on-demand rideshare service between City of Salem, Town of Danvers, and City of Beverly. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this request.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye. Any opposed? Okay. Carries 9-0. And thank you to our planning director again for the presentation at the start of our meeting on that rideshare program.
Order number 81, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding Wendy Pearl. Appointments for Wendy Pearl, Morning Drive, and Mr. John J. Leahy of 12 Canterbrook Lane, Hamilton, to serve on the Beverly Historic District Commission. A request also to approve residency waiver for Mr. Leahy. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve the three appointments.
Thank you. So we'll take this as two votes. One is for the residency waiver and the other is for the appointment. So we'll take Mr. Leahy first. Subcommittee recommended the appointment as well as the residency waiver. So is there a motion to approve the residency waiver for Mr. Leahy?
So moved.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 9-0. And then is there a motion to approve Mr. Leahy's appointment?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That also carries 9-0. Thank you very much to Mr. Leahy and Wendy Pearl. So I would entertain a motion then to approve Wendy Pearl's appointment.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 9-0. And thank you to both of those folks for being willing to serve.
Order number 85, the Committee on Legal Affairs, to whom refer the matter regarding a reappointment for Jonathan Cassidy, 12 Michael Road, to serve as constable of the City of Beverly for the express purpose of serving civil process. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve his reappointment.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carries 9-0. And thank you also for willingness to continue in that appointment.
Order number 80, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding appointments for Crystal Demain, Eric Roberts, Betty Blizzard, and Lindsay May Barths to serve on the Beverly Cultural Council. Have considered the matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve these appointments.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye. 9-0. Thank you.
Order number 82, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding an appointment for Scott Freeman to serve on the Beverly Harbor Management Authority. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this appointment.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 9-0 for Mr. Freeman.
And also on this order number 82, for Lauren DeMarco, she withdrew her name for this appointment.
Thank you.
Just for the record.
Thank you.
Order number 83, the Committee on Public Services, to whom referred the matter regarding appointments for the City of Beverly representatives, Lisa Chandler, Mike Collins, James Butler, David Spidalier, Kenneth Clausen, Bruce Doig, and Citizen Representative Natalie Homersheen to serve on the Stormwater Management Advisory Committee. Have considered some matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve these appointments.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That carries 9-0.
Order number 84, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding the appointment for Ms. Diantha Pazon, 90 Corning Street, number 2, to serve on the Economic and Community Development Council. Have considered said matter and beg leave to follow. Recommend the council approve this appointment.
Questions or comments on this one? Question comes on the acceptance of the proposal and adoption of the order. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Carries 9-0.
Thank you, Council Spain. Order number 104, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding National Grid Work, Order 900022943 at 46 River Street. Have set a public hearing for April 16th at 7:30.
I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing as recommended for April 16th at 7:30. Are you thinking because it's a Tuesday?
What?
Were you thinking that's a Tuesday?
No.
I don't
No.
think he was thinking right now.
Okay.
I think I've.
Okay.
Accepted in a nice way.
So moved. There was a so moved and a second.
Yes, I second.
All those in favor? Thank you. That carries 9-0 on setting that public hearing.
Order number 105, the Committee on Public Services, to whom refer the matter regarding number 306658817 to install one JO pole on Lothrop Street. Have set a public hearing on April 1st at 7:20.
I would entertain a motion to set that public hearing as recommended, April 1st, 7:20.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And that was a request that National Grid had withdrawn due to the wrong type of pole being indicated. So it's back in front of us, so we'll hope to get that done for those folks.
All set? All done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kent. Counselors, any reminders or announcements? Counselor Husband.
Yes, this Wednesday in these august chambers at 6:30 PM, there will be a joint meeting of the Citizens Advisory Committee for the Cable Project with National Grid and the Clean Energy Advisory Committee. We have for 2 years been requesting, shall we say, from National Grid to address our questions about carbon offsets and more generally their climate transition, clean energy plan. They have finally delivered up for us a representative coming from out of state who will answer our questions. We expect a lively conversation at this joint meeting. All are welcome to attend.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Any other announcements or reminders, members of the council? All right. Well, for members of the public who are following along or watching later, as you heard, we have our next regular meeting April 1st with a number of public hearings upcoming. And then we do have the continuation of the public hearing on Order 17. That's the library HVAC proposed project. That will be April 8th at 7 PM. That is a special meeting, and that will be the sole agenda item, is taking up that public hearing to really allow for further public comment and further conversation and questions from members of the council. And then we do have an April 16th meeting. It is a Tuesday. There's a Monday holiday that week. So, Councilor Husband, that is probably what you were thinking.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
So I will, again, just thank members of the public who were with us this evening for all or some of the meeting, members of the city teams who were here for different portions of the meeting, and those who presented early on and were still here at the close. And a big thanks to Kim and the BevCam booth, as always, for making sure that our meeting has been streaming and on cable and will be accessible to everyone. With that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? That's 9-0. We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone. Good night.